Yaga, you know how we do. It's
What's up,
G
bud?
Block. Yeah, jeez. Old type man like why so religious in the building early. You hear me, Mr. Furley? What's
Well, it's
going on?
late for me, dog. How
How
you
you doing,
doing?
man? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm well. I'm well. Yourself?
Yeah, man. So I tell you what, yeah. Have you noticed a little bit of a change in the streams over the last couple of days on this channel?
I haven't gotten to look so much. My company, one of our buildings has had a problem with the fire connection, so I've been on fire watch at nighttime.
Okay.
So I've had to like stay there overnight, and then I come home and I'm like sleeping and everything. But I've tried to catch a little bit. You know when I'm watching because I'm always in the comments.
You people shit in the comments, yeah, whatever you're about.
Well, catch me up on the past couple of live streams, bro.
Yeah, is been we're trying to have constructive convos, but we've been having a few destructive convos where it's like people were taking personal shots at each other and mum this and that and all, like
That always happens
stupid shit.
without. That always happens without a like a moderation. You know what I mean? I'm not talking like respect muting, but I'm talking like somebody being like, "Hey, yo, get back to the conversation." It makes me remember when on my channel I was live streaming, and I have this Christian woman who always comes on, and normally she's pretty good, but I had a Muslim on that day that a bunch of people on my channel had asked for me to have on, and he finally agreed, and we're discussing, and then the first thing she says was when she came on, because I allow anybody on, is oh, I hate to interrupt this Muslim circle jerk, so I just muted her, and I said, hey, I'm not cutting you off or anything, but I'm just saying this has been like a progressive conversation the whole time we're talking about things. We don't need you to come in here and just start slinging dirt on people. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I let her talk again, and she understood, and then she just got back to the point that she wanted to make. But you can't just come in here and slinging dirt for no reason. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think what it is. Yeah, we usually got some of the regulars and usual that will be able to jump on, regulate, moderate, and all them sort of things like that. You get me? So
Yeah.
like usually there will be so like if I'm not there, you might see James, Ultra, Rob, so and so, this one, that one, Ralph. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that. It won't be just yeah, we'll
Not
just
to interject, but Ultra Funky, yes, Analyze Dunya does have a new channel, and I'm hesitant to say its name just because it might start getting flagged again. But since this is the beginning of the stream, I'll say it. Antidotal Evidence is the new channel, and everybody should check it out because I think Analyze Dunya was doing a good job with what his channel was and the premise of it. So.
yeah, man. He was remixing loads of G Block. You know?
He, dude, this man, or person, whoever it is, they are dedicated, bro. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
They're on this
Hold on
thing.
one
They're on this
second.
thing. Like them man are saying. I don't even think that my man's doing it for the money, fam. He's doing it for the straight. Like it's actually anti, innit? Like so, whoever is, whatever team he's going against, he's fully anti, innit? Yeah. You know how we do anyway, man. So yeah, big up man like why so religious for the early jump on. You get me? Like this how we got that one sec. We got that question of the day today. You know, it's Vellemy Call Fridays. Yeah. But we're asking the audience. Yeah, we're asking the audience, the G Block watchers, the participators. Yeah, we need you lot to use one? Do you want constructive convos or destructive convos? Yeah. Oh, you get me? Constructive or destructive? It did get a little bit destructive over the last week or so. Like, but we want the constructive. Well, me personally, I want constructive in it. Convos, man. But like I'm saying, obviously it's my channel, but without the people watching, there ain't no channel in it. So really, truly, although I want one way, the audience might want a different way in it. So we put it out to the audience to see what them. You get me? You see, when we were doing the constructive convos, yeah, there was still a little banter and a bit of pasta and so and so, but it was ultimately about the points being made. It's always about, well, yeah, majority of the time it's about the points being made, innit? Yeah, so whatever joke you might have been busting would have been about the point rather than about so and so's black teeth, or this one's got fucking a fat belly, or this one's got that fucking, I don't know, this girl's got no batty or what, you know, just all that shit. It was all that sort of shit, you get me? So, yeah. Let me know, man. Let me know. What is it? Yeah, I was gonna go that way, but boy. She was wilding out in that corner, man. Wilding out in that corner. You hear me though? So what are you telling me, mate? So what is it then? Constructive, destructive? I'm seeing more constructive at the moment still. Yeah? I'm seeing more constructive folks at the moment. Mad. Yeah. So what was the chat about yesterday? I don't even remember. Can't fully remember. What was yesterday's question? Walk on. Yeah, man. Man just baited up your shit, B. Yeah, me.
Okay, sorry about
Someone's
that.
let the cat out the
My
bag.
son woke up and I was trying to put him back to sleep so that my wife didn't have to. But yeah, and Analyze Dunya, he was dedicated, bro. Think of how many hours of videos he had to sift through, and then just to find like 30-minute clips, and then edit it, because he started editing like, you know, Fight Club into it as the editing scene. And, like, no, he was dedicated, bro.
Yeah. Hey, that ratchet shit edit scene there. That's my favorite edition of that kind of stuff. I like. Whoop. One time he used Samaroon smoke alarm sound.
I mean, I've been watching him for a few years now, and like his original editing was even more in depth before his channel got shut down, and he had to redo it again, and then he started. He had to pretty much like lower his editing skills, because he has good editing skills. He really does. And but he's, because the content that he started making was so long, it seemed like he limited his editing skills a little bit. And
yeah, man.
I would just say to
because
today,
when your shit gets like taken down, if he's not downloaded all the videos what he's uploaded, then they'll just miss him and all that fucking hours of work and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, he's
Getting
even
me
in the
started.
chat right now. Hello,
Might not go as
Antidotal.
hard the second time round.
I don't know if I should call you Antidotal or Analyze or whatever, dude. Like, but Don, he's one of my favorite channels, man. Like, without a doubt.
Yeah, man.
But
Yeah, man.
today,
You've been onto the speakers called a gang from I think probably you guys speakers called a gang. You know what I mean? That.
I'm sorry.
He was making videos about the speakers called the personalities from what was that guys speakers called.
You know something I've noticed that like has even transferred because you're speaking of Speaker's Corner was even transferred over to like there's this one channel, Muslim Matters. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And what they'll do is they'll hashtag in their video Speaker's Corner, and this guy lives in like Illinois.
Yeah.
So something that I've noticed a lot of people are doing now, and I'd say it's been like 8 or 9 months that this has been like something, is that they'll just start throwing in Speaker's Corner to try to get their views and shit. I think it's hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Americans who come onto your channel and say big up. Like, what the fuck, bro? We don't say that in America. Get over yourself, bro.
Like, what's big up in America? What you say for big up in America, like?
Well, I mean, we would pretty much be like, what up? We stick to the what up, or, you know, a lot of people will say, how goes it?
Big up is like a shout out, like a, you know, like say your name gets called out on the radio.
Well, that's not how a lot of people just come onto the channel and the first thing they say is big up everybody. So I don't really think that they're using it as a shout out, bro. You know, is that true or is that false? That a lot of people come in your channel and the first thing they say is big up.
Yeah, but that is supposed to be like, you know, like big shout out to everyone. You know, I see what it's like. Yeah, what might be the equivalent. You know, when someone's giving a bachelor speech and they say, "I want to give thanks to my mom, to so and so that wrote the so and so, to this one, the producer, and blah blah blah." It's like the shout out. So when everyone comes on and says, "Oh,
well, you
big
can
up
even listen
everyone
to
in the chat."
Yeah, but that's not really a shout out, is it? Because you're not naming person. Like a shout out is when you go onto Twitch and the person reads on Twitch. They're like, "Will you say a shout out to my cousin, blah blah blah, because it's their birthday?" And the Twitch person is like, "Nah, you should have gave $7 instead of $5." That's a shout out. saying big up to the X amount of likes is not really a shout out. That's just like trying to say thanks for all the likes. There's a difference from a thanks and a shout out.
Yeah. That's what it is. But it's a bit of a cross between a thanks and a shout out. A big up is like big up your chest. You know where it comes from? Yeah,
but you know when man, big up, brothers. Big up.
Wait, hold on, Freddie. Yeah, big up yourself, brother. Yeah, but it comes from sort of like. From
like, how is it a shout out? I'm just gonna ask you, how is it a shout out? How is it a shout out that he says?
Because it comes from like the sound system area. Listen. Let me explain it to you. It comes from like the sound system area.
I'm just gonna say that.
When they're having parties or whatever, yeah, and they see people that they know, local people or whatever, they'll say, "Oh, big up Johnny from." You hear me? Big up so and so.
It depends on who you're around, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you're around the Caribbean community, you're gonna say big up. I heard Swift Beat say big up the other day.
I just think it's funny.
I heard it in America bare times, isn't it?
I just think it's funny, like I just think it's funny when I hear an American come on your panel and say big up. Like, we don't say that over here. So they're like, you know, trying to culturally infuse themselves.
I think it depends who you're around, though. I think it depends who you're around. So religious. Because if you go Queens and Flatbush, you're gonna hear big up, innit?
But you're not gonna hear it in America. That's my whole point.
In Queens, though. That's in Queens, though, bro. You're definitely gonna hear it in Harlem.
Dude, I
where they've got the high Caribbean.
I lived in New Jersey. And I had a couple of friends that grew up in Harlem and in Brooklyn, so not Queens, but they never said big up. Like I'm just being honest.
I know what you're saying. Like probably if you're born in America, that's not obviously colloquial tongue.
Well, he wasn't born in America. He was born in Haiti. One of them that was from Harlem. He was born in Haiti, and so he and
so he's just adopted the American language, basically.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's just adopted the American language, basically.
He didn't adopt it. He took it on full-fledged. Like his mom, he saved up. He saved up, right? His dad was a dual citizen, and then his dad saved up and brought him to America, and then he saved up and brought his mom to America. And what was one day, I learned Spanish through him for the most part, and I'm listening to him one day. And he's going off on his mom. And Spanish people, when they speak Spanish, they don't always speak grammatically correct. They'll speak really fast and they'll leave out some words, but you can follow it if you're not a Spanish speaker natively in a way. But he starts going off, and I was like, when he hangs up the phone, I was like, dude, you just went off on her about English? And he was like, yeah. He said, yeah. She's telling me that she's not going to learn English. And I said, I paid $10,000 for you to come here. You're going to fucking learn this language. I would laugh so hard, bro.
Religious. Are you learning Cantonese or Mandarin?
No, I am not. My wife came to America. I didn't go to China.
Yeah, you just sound like a supremacist now, man.
But I'm saying you keep your culture wherever you are. Now, can I say one thing? Wherever you are, keep your fucking culture.
I'd like to attack that.
No, I'm saying, you see, wherever you are, there's people that keep their culture, innit? They're like this, like-minded people like me that's never gonna adopt anything to do with where they come from.
How is what I said firstly define supremacy? And then
it's not nothing to do with supremacy. I don't think so. I'm not
asking you, Fred. You're not the one who made the claim. I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm not trying to be rude to you.
I said, you sound like a supremacist, meaning that's my opinion. I don't have to justify it for you, do I?
You made an accusation, sir.
You've got to come with evidence.
What's the accusation? I'm saying you sound
so like I've already learned Spanish. So I'm a supremacist for learning English and Spanish, but not learning Mandarin.
Cultural supremacist. That's right. Yeah. Okay. And that's what you sound like to me. Is that
living in America?
I'm so hurt, boy. Well, why was you saying that Americans like are trying to be like English or like copying the British like?
I think it's funny.
Caribbean slang. Why are they trying? Like, why can't they be? Why can't they be from a? Why can't they be from a Caribbean background as well?
They are. That's what I'm saying. They are.
Exactly. So you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, again,
not necessarily true.
Yes, again, you don't know what you're talking about.
That woman who lives in Georgia, melanated goddess. She sounds.
Oh my God! He's actually naming people now. She's out of order.
Well, because you're trying to make me give an example.
Stop, man, please. You're embarrassing. You're embarrassing us now.
She sounds completely from like Maryland and Georgia, like a mix. But she don't sound
from the Caribbean. She's from. So you're wrong because she's from the Caribbean. She's from a Caribbean background.
I doubt she ever says big up to people in America, bro. I would put money on it.
She's not speaking to Americans. She's speaking to us.
You
see, now you're changing the topic, bro.
No, religious.
You're judging. You're judging isolated when you don't even know she's from the Caribbean.
This guy who made the claim.
One second, guys.
What claim did I make?
My only point was, listen, Con. My only point was that Caribbean people everywhere in America that still hold on to their tradition, because I heard it when I was out there.
I'm not doubting that.
So they still say big up, whatever, or any colloquial Caribbean phrases, they still use them. Do you get what I'm saying? Along with the American. They obviously use American as well because the influence is so vast. It's a massive influence. When you touch their country, you want to say man and yeah and all this shit.
Okay, I'm not down in that. Now, may I address
you know what I
Rupees?
mean?
So, Rupees, you said that I sound like a
Roops,
Freddie.
Roops.
Can you just
You
give
can
me a
call me
moment?
Roops.
So,
Roops.
Rupees, you said
Roops.
Roops with an ES. Okay. So, you're saying that I sound like a cultural supremacist, but yet, because I'm not going to learn Mandarin, and I said that my wife came to America, so she needs to learn English, and I'm not going to learn Mandarin. But yet, I have learned Spanish from a friend and from workers, employees that I've, co-workers, colleagues that I've worked with, and also I've married that Mandarin speaking different culture person. So you explain the cultural supremacy that I am enforcing.
Well, would you say that Mandarin and Spanish has the same relationship with English?
I asked
would you class them in the same?
I asked you to explain the supremacy.
Well, this is the explanation. So
Vellemy, 1 second,
Spanish,
1 second.
Still a European language, isn't it?
1 second, Roops. Vellemy, this is a typical of the fucking question this morning. This is so typical of the question this morning. Because man was having an alright convo, and now it's all gone destructive. You get what I'm trying to say?
No, but man's asking me to explain.
Because man want to be heard all the time.
You just ask me another question, bro. Explanations are not questions.
Why do you have to put a little bit of disrespect in the thing? If you got an opinion and it's a bit disrespectful, keep it to yourself, man.
But it's the way he said it, though, bro. But you think it's disrespectful. But Freddie, it's the way he said it. Oh, she come here, I didn't go there. She married me, like I didn't marry her. Like, it's disrespectful, isn't it?
Read the title of the show, innit?
I tell my wife that too. So maybe I am disrespectful to my wife in your eyes, but that's how I say it.
Am I allowed to have my opinion?
One love.
Freddie, hold on a sec, Freddie, there's no point in you going at the exact point that it's become resolved. It's now resolved, it's done. There's no point in you leaving now.
Let's not act like some dummies, fam, man. Come on, because trust me, this is why the title of the thing is the conversations go left because people come in with negativity. Do you know what I mean? You get me? Like when I see certain people on a panel, I'm out now. You know, I'm not staying around because I've got cemeteries to visit. I'd rather speak to the dead because some of these are dead inside. You get what I'm trying to show you? You know what I mean?
All right, Fred, bro.
I think it's really easy for you to just say that I'm culturally supremacist without even knowing me, sir.
I didn't say you are. I said it sounds like, you know, when you said, like, for example, if you said to me, where's your wife from? And I said, she's Irish. And you turned around and went, oh, so you like a bit of boiled bacon and cabbage, do you? And I went, nah, man, I don't eat that shit. Like, then you could ask yourself, well, wait a minute, there's some sort of like disrespect here. So no, but I'm giving you an example, like a similarity. Can we drop it now?
In your example,
I'll take it back. You're not a cultural supremacist.
In your example, I can't relate
I'll take it back. Relax.
He took it back. It's so religious. He took it back. It's cool.
It's done. It's done.
Yeah, it's cool to move on, you know, bro.
Okay, continue.
Let's move on now.
So I would say with today's title and just my personal opinion, I don't think most people really care about constructive or destructive. What I think they care about is like confirmation bias. They want to listen to
they just want to learn what they already know.
And they want to hear somebody say it to another person. And if they throw insults, they don't care. If they throw facts, they don't care. They just want to hear whatever the other person that they agree with has to say.
I think everybody's looking for confirmation. Nobody come here to learn anything specifically. They just want to confirm what they know already. Do you know what I'm saying? So if there's
not even what they know, what they believe.
Well, we've all learned something today, innit? Already, like, look, like we've only been together for what, 3 minutes, and So Religious has already learned that he was totally wrong about melanated. So you've learned something, innit?
About what?
About melanated. You're saying she's from the South and she tries to speak like she's Caribbean, and we're saying she's actually
Okay,
from the Caribbean.
So
we can all be wrong, isn't it? Like we
Yeah,
don't
we
jump
can
down
all
the
have
rabbit
some.
I don't
road
know
for
her
that.
background,
We can
but
all have something.
I just go by what I know that her voice sounds like, and it sounds
No,
Mhm.
no, so
like a
religious.
southern
It's
voice.
assumption. It's assumption. That's all. We all have them. It's not a biggie.
It's not
Well,
something to
next
kill each
time I'm
other
on a
over, is it?
panel or she's on a panel, I'll text her and ask her. I'll put it
Yeah,
in the
I don't
chat
know
and ask her.
problem.
Yeah, man. She can tell you all about her Caribbean culture. Like she's proud, isn't it? She's a proud
I didn't know
Caribbean.
she was an immigrant. I didn't know that.
She's
Yeah,
not
man.
immigrant. She's American. She's not immigrant.
Yeah.
Well,
She's just
What kind of
American.
immigrant?
But she's just
Like
not born.
again with the
She's not born.
supremacy, but what kind of immigrant?
again with the supremacy. You see, listen to you, dude.
I'm just
He's just
Listen
joking.
correcting
to you,
himself.
dude.
I'm pulling
He's
your
not
leg.
supremacist,
I'm
he's just
pulling your
correcting
leg.
himself.
Does he
His
understand what
wife's
pulling your
not
leg
an
means?
immigrant. She's
I
American.
don't. But here's the thing,
Is your
Roops.
wife an immigrant?
Roops, I don't.
She ain't.
My wife is an
So,
illegal immigrant. My wife is an
huh?
illegal immigrant.
Oh shit!
Wow. Shit.
You see, so I'm not cultural supremacist. I'll admit whatever it is that something is legally documented as. You get what I'm saying?
All right, cool. Sorry, mate. But yeah,
Yeah.
I believe
Random.
the other one's not anyway. Male, sister Mel's not.
A person can be
She's
a
American.
citizen of a country and still be an immigrant to that country as a citizen of that country, correct or
Yeah,
no?
most definitely. But if she's got legal stay, I don't think she's an immigrant. She's just
Well,
obviously
my
dual
wife is
citizen.
well,
She
the
got
legal
dual
term
citizenship.
is an
She
illegal
got dual
alien.
citizenship.
I'm talking about my wife.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought that's what
Oh,
we
no,
were.
I don't want to.
No,
I don't want to
no.
speak for anyone. I don't know if she migrated to America or if she was born there. I don't really know, but I'm not going to judge it. You get me?
Well,
But
she
either
was
way,
born in
either
America.
way, she's still a Caribbean
No, she's not.
culturally.
She's an American. Because if she ain't never been affiliated with that culture other than through her parents or her grandparents or whoever is here, then she is not that culture, bro. She is from there in a sense, but she ain't never.
She can represent for that culture. She can represent for them people.
No, I don't
It's
mean
called
that.
you're a citizen of both
Let me
nations.
put it this way. Let me put it this way, Roops. My son, right? He's gonna grow up eating real Chinese food. That don't mean that he's Chinese. Now he is half Asian, okay, but that don't mean he's half Chinese culture or he's all Chinese culture. Even if he learns to read and write in Mandarin, he born an American in America.
But the definition of what an American is different from any other country, because you are an amalgamation of races to start off with. So when someone says I'm an American, they can be an Afro-Caribbean American, they can be a white American, European American. Like Americans are different.
Caribbeans is not a race.
They could be an Indian. They could be anything.
Shit, just dropped the phone. Yeah, like American doesn't really mean anything, does it? It's just like, you know.
That is, I mean, that's in your
opinion. You can't tie America down to a race nowadays,
anything.
though. Before you could associate it with white people. Now you can't. America could be anything. You know what I'm saying? Like automatically back in the days, I would have thought of a white guy making a salute, but now, no.
In America,
yeah, we would have thought like in the old days, you would have thought of a Marlboro man, you know, the guy smoking a cigarette. That would be American.
But now,
O'Donnell says nationality is different over there, and I imagine he's talking about here. And I would agree. In America, when you're a citizen, we look at you as an American, you know, because that is what you are. You know, you are. We have adopted you, and you have adopted us. You know, it's an equality thing. Now, when you just come here and we don't know you're here, as a government, as a society, there is an issue because maybe you did something in the country that you came from, and that's an issue. And you know, when people come to America legally, they spend money.
Can I say something? So religious. Sorry to cut you because you're going up on like a list of things that.
Let me finish this real quick.
It was adequate. What you said was adequate.
Real quick, because if people come here legally, they spend money, they spend their time, they come here, and they, you know, that they are dedicated to.
I want to ask your opinion.
Oh, you see, I'm just trying to finish a statement.
I
I
family.
know,
If
but it's
you're
like
gonna try and
you're
learn
just trying
something,
to round it off when it's unnecessary. I understand what you're saying.
Roots, it's too early, man. If you're gonna fucking try and learn something, just let him talk in it.
I know, but I just want to ask him something. But it's up to him, and if you don't want to let me, that's fine.
Of course, I'm going to let you at your question. Just let me finish that. In America, you come here legally. We know your background from the country you came from, so you did nothing illegal there that you might have to pay a pittance for through the legal system in your own country. So we don't have to worry about you coming here as a criminal. And then, secondly, you saved money with your family, and that means that you're a working person who is willing to provide for you and your family. And thirdly, it means that you are dedicated to the values that America holds, such as the Constitution, such as being one who will work hard for whatever it is that they desire. Go ahead, sir. Your
Right,
question.
cool. I want to reel it back, yeah? I accept what you said just up until now, but I try to reel it back to the point of contention, which was when I said, I don't know whether Melanated was born in America or migrated to America, but she's still from a Caribbean background. And you immediately said, no, right? She's now, if she was born here, she's now an American.
No,
right?
I said if she is born here, then she is not really from a Caribbean background, even though she
Right.
has.
So pause that, yeah? Like, let's clarify that. Like, I didn't want to misquote
That's
you.
bullshit.
You've clarified it. Now,
That's bullshit.
so I want to call bullshit on that, because what I'm saying is, first and foremost,
1 second, that's not the same for Italian Americans, that's not the same for
Freddie was just telling me not to talk, and now he's jumping on my point.
No, I'm just saying, it's bullshit though, what you just said, that point. But it's not the same for
bullshit,
other
obviously. Obviously,
it's not. It's not the same for Irish people.
Freddie,
it's not the same for any people.
Let me make a point. Yeah, there is such a thing as people having dual identities. You can be a Jew in America, be an American, and still be a Jew. You can be a North London Turk, and you're still a Turk. Like,
that's a religion.
It's also a culture. It's also an identity. It's also a language.
More a religion, right?
It is a religion. It is a religion, but it's not just a religion, right? So I'm giving you other examples, yeah? So, for example, our generation, me, Freddie, Vellemy, all of us, we represent our background, our families, our culture, yeah? And no one can tell us any different. And you might call that a dual identity. You might say, all right, when you're out on road, you get me, you're a road man. And when you're in your house, you're Muslim. You get me? That's a dual identity. You might say to Freddie, all right, when you're at home with your mum, you're speaking patois. When you're on road, you're speaking Cockney. That's a dual identity. What I'm saying is humans should be allowed to have that. That is a natural thing that people have. And you trying to say, well, no, one takes precedent over the other. That to me is cultural supremacy.
I never said any of that. Because in America,
for you to say that if people are born in a certain country, they should make efforts to abandon their traditions, their background, their history, their culture.
Never said that. Yeah? Never said that. This is misrepresentation.
I'm not saying that. This is the conversation we're having. I'm just saying to you that, in my opinion, it is a form of forced assimilation, that where people are kind of like looked down upon, mocked, or ridiculed for having a second culture separate from the mainstream culture.
Let's stop right there, because have I mocked?
Okay, cool. I've said a lot. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying we're having a conversation.
No, you're talking to me, dude.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, so I'm asking your opinion on this.
Okay, let's first start with me talking.
But you never let me get to the question.
I thought you just did. You just went through a dialogue.
No, it's okay. Like, run with it. Like, if you've got enough information, run with it. Go. If you think you've heard enough and you can formulate,
you said forced assimilation. May I ask you, what countries in the world, and you can even break it down to tribes, do not want people to assimilate? If you go, let's just use some of the most extreme examples to all the way to America, where people are not forced to assimilate. You are not forced to assimilate in America. That's just a fact. But you can go all the way to, let's say, and people are going to get mad that I mentioned Islam, but you can go Saudi Arabia. Are you telling me that you don't have to assimilate to their culture there? to their rules and their laws?
None of us really have lived in Saudi Arabia. It's like we're speculating.
They have laws.
Now.
They have laws that atheists are technically terrorists. So
let's just stick to what we know, innit? Let's talk about what we know.
Bring up a good point, because America is the least assimilating country probably in the world. And that's the reason if you go to New York or you go to metropolis cities, you can even go to Houston, Texas, you can go to San Francisco. They have whole areas called Chinatown. Or
you're definitely gonna hear someone say "big up" because it's so individualistic. Like, you're definitely gonna
what
hear
I'm
someone.
saying is, America. If you ever go to New York, I think it's funny.
The thing is, can I just make a point?
I said it was
so
funny.
Religious. If it wasn't for Caribbean people moving to New York and places like that and bringing their sound system culture with them and sound clash things with them, you wouldn't even have hip hop now. And hip hop is one of the greatest exports that America has. So if you're talking about some people saying big up, I'm sure if there was like, you know, an all-dayer or a rave, and the DJs were saying big up, and there's enough Americans with Caribbean culture to understand that. Okay. Same as in England. If I go to Notting Hill Carnival, which is in England, and the DJ jumps on the mic and he says big up, there's enough people of a Caribbean background in this country for that to be relevant, for him to be able to say that.
Roops,
I'm saying you're going to hear it 24/7 in Miami.
This is 20 seconds.
There you go.
20 seconds. I've started watching this channel. I've started watching this channel about 2.5 months ago, and I've listened to Melanated Goddess come on, and for the first couple of weeks she never said big up when she came on, and that's a fact, bro. And then when she started coming on more frequently, she started saying big up, and that's the reason I said I thought it was funny. And there was people in the chat who knew
you're basing all this off one person. You're basing all this off one person.
I'm just bringing up the concept.
You need to get out your house, mate.
I've heard Born Rich say big up. He's from Kentucky.
I'm not.
I think get out of the house, man. Because if you mix with different cultures,
Roops is making Roops is making assumptions about me. He don't know where I'm from, but he's like, oh, he's from Kentucky. I ain't from Kentucky.
So can we ask?
No, I said Born Rich is from Kentucky.
Oh, Born Rich is from Nashville, bro.
Is that not in Kentucky, bro?
No, it's not, bro. Nashville is in Tennessee.
I apologize. My apologies.
Now, so what you just claimed on me earlier about
big up Sister 9 Big up Sister 9 Big up Sister 9
I heard you call Melanated an immigrant. Yeah, even without knowing her background, so that was quite interesting.
No, I said,
you did. But let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you. Firstly, I said that she was an American, and then I was told she was Caribbean. So I said, "Oh, I didn't know that she immigrated."
Why can't you be both?
No, that's not what you said.
Wait, listen. He was full of assumptions.
Rewind.
My question to you is:
make an ass out of him and himself.
I called her an American.
You're obviously you're also obviously an immigrant, yeah? So where did your
I was born in this country.
Where did your family?
I was born in this country.
Listen to me, man.
No, don't either. You're not going to speak over me talking about I'm an immigrant, dude. I was born in this country.
I'm obviously building. Can you just not let her build her point? I don't understand.
Your question is the false premise because I was born in this country.
Listen.
No,
can I get past a comma?
No, you can't because you're already making a false assumption.
All right, I'm going to go with you anyway, yeah?
No.
So your family are obviously immigrants.
Stop being disrespectful, man. Stop being disrespectful, man. No, because you're taking a piss. You've been on for a hot minute now. Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
To America.
Just keep quiet.
You try to make a false equivalent.
Just keep quiet, so religious, man, and let her speak in it, and then you can come in after. Don't do that, man.
Your family, however they started, are obviously immigrants to America. Is that correct?
False equivalence.
Sorry?
False equivalence.
Listen, I'm not on no false equivalence here.
Yes, you are.
Oh my God, man. Listen, are your family native to America? or were they immigrants at one point?
For 5 generations, yes, we're native.
So you're not native to America, are you?
Yeah, for 5 generations, yes, ma'am.
But you're not native, are you?
Yes, for 5 generations, yes, we're
Okay,
native.
so you're not native then. So it could
Yes,
be
we are.
argued. So it
Yes,
could
we
be
are.
argued that melanated goddesses family are more native to America than yourself, who you're calling an immigrant, because she is of the Americas. She is of the Caribbean. Yeah.
Yeah, she
The
might be 6
likelihood is
generations.
that
You
your
never know.
family
Think of
has
this
come
false
from either
equivalent.
Ireland, Italy, England, Scotland,
Germany.
or from Germany, or something like that.
Mm.
So you definitely ain't native to America. So how
5
you're gonna
generations
call
native.
a melanated goddess
5
who is
generations
native
native.
to the
Yeah, but she
Caribbean
might be
as
Okay,
6
now
well
let
as
me
generations.
the
respond
She
to
might
that.
be
Let me
9
respond to that.
generations.
an
You don't know
immigrant?
because you're assuming.
Freddie,
need
let
to
me
chill
respond
out,
to
mate.
this. So do you know
Yeah?
how long her family
You
was in
need
the
to chill out.
Caribbean? So
Yeah.
do
So
you
you need
No,
to
I'm saying
correct
America. We're
your
talking about
language.
America. She might have 9
Yeah.
generations of
America's
family in
only
America.
200
Hey,
odd
hey,
years
hey,
You
old.
hey.
don't
Yeah?
know that.
America's a
Oh,
baby in
hold
this.
on.
America ain't
So,
even got no
so
Here's the thing.
nationality
Here's the
or
difference. 1 minute,
identity.
guys.
Ether,
Here's
do
the
you know
difference.
how
America
Here's
long
is
the
a
her
difference.
family has been in the
bastardization.
Caribbean?
Yeah?
One
Do
at
you know
one
how
at
long
a
her
time.
family
One
was
at a
in
time.
the
Let him
Caribbean?
speak.
What
Let
if
him
And
her
speak.
family
native
Let
was
him
2
speak.
Caribbeans
generations?
and the
What if
rest.
her
Let
family was
So
only in the
you're
let him
an
Caribbean
go
for
immigrant,
through.
2
white so
generations? You're trying to
religious.
Religious. The
And
things
you
that we
remember
don't
that.
know, we're not
You're a
speculating.
bloody
We speak
immigrant.
on fact
listen
of
to
what we
Hey,
me.
no,
know.
let him go through.
Listen
Let
to
him
me,
go through.
Ether.
Cause I want to hear what he's saying. 1 sec. Go on.
Yo,
So
wait.
what if
Hold on
so
a sec. Why so pause for a sec here
Why
before
do
you
you
go
want to get
through.
involved now, Bill?
No, I'm
Fucking
not
hell. Go
getting
do
involved.
some
I'm not
plumbing,
getting
man.
involved, bro.
Belly, Freddie's
I'm
trying to
trying to jump.
moderate. Why are you
I'm
coming
trying
on
to
now,
jump off.
Belly?
Listen. I'm trying to jump off real quick. But obviously, before Why So Really just goes in, yeah, and
Mm.
big up to everyone on the panel. Yeah, big up Why So, big up Fred Cole, Old Tight Roops, aka
Big up, big up.
Roops. Yeah,
Roops, man. Call me
aka
Roops, man. We're all family here, man. You don't have to call me Rupert.
You're a fool. Yeah, big up 9 Ether, yeah, big up Spicy in the building, yeah. So yeah. But you know that this argument started about big up, yeah. You know this
Yeah, yeah.
argument.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Let us resolve it.
Listen,
Go back
Belly.
and do your thing.
Start,
people are
Go where we
even
need you in a day
misquoting you,
up.
bro?
Belly, certain man
Yeah,
of
man.
professional
All right,
panelists
So
bye.
there,
you're
bro.
not
I
going
can
to
see,
mention how
I can
man
start a
called
fight in
woman
the
an
phone box.
immigrant and that then, Big Age? No.
Yeah.
Are we
Yo,
going to
but I'm
just
saying
gloss over that?
9 Ether, do you have
it all
any
started, bro. I'm just
evidence?
talking about
Real quick,
listen, me
9
and
Ether, do
Wise
you
and
have
Religious
any
was
evidence that
excited
her
in the beginning.
family has been here longer than mine inside of this Western Hemisphere? No, you don't. But you're making an
What did you say?
assumption
Wait, calm down. What did you say? Have I got any evidence that what?
that you were saying that she's more native than me, but
No,
you have
I'm saying
no
she could
evidence.
be.
Real
I'm
quick,
saying it's
you have no
possible.
I
evidence.
don't need
Possible
You have
though.
evidence.
no
You're not of
evidence
that
that her
No,
land.
no,
family
I
but
don't
was
why
need
not in the
religious?
evidence.
Caribbean.
Why religious?
I don't need
Do you believe
evidence.
it's
Yo.
You're not
impossible?
of that land. You're not of that area. Stop it.
Do you
You see,
believe it's
look,
Stop
impossible
it.
that
you are
she's got
just
six
race bait, bro.
No,
That's
I'm
all you
saying,
are, 9
Hold
why
Ether.
on.
You're
religious?
race
Wait.
bait.
Why religious?
I'm
Can I
what?
ask you a
I'm
question?
with Naive,
Nine.
man. You
I'm
and
Let me
your
ask him
Chinese
one
wife.
question, yeah? I'm saying, do you think it's impossible that she's been in the Western Hemisphere or generations been in the Western Hemisphere as long as you?
Of course it's possible, but 9
So
Ether
what's the
has
problem?
no evidence that
None of us have.
no
That's what I'm
evidence.
saying.
But
None
she
of
said,
us have.
but here's the thing,
But
9 Ether made the
she don't
claim.
need
Let
evidence.
me
It's a
finish.
fair
9
assumption.
Ether made
It's
the
fair
claim
assumption.
that melanated goddesses families have been in the Western Hemisphere longer than my family. She has
It's
no
fair to
evidence.
assume.
Yeah,
It's
but you
fair to
just said
assume that.
impossible. So no one knows either way.
So
You get what I'm
yeah,
trying to
you
tell
need to
you?
Where's
attack
your
her for
family from? Why
propagating
so
bullshit.
religious? Where's your family from?
He
Where's your
don't know.
lineage from? Why so?
What you
Before
think
they
they
got
know?
to
What you think they
America,
know?
where are you from?
Let it be civil, Con. Let it be civil.
Before your family got to America, why so religious? Where are they coming from?
Roughly.
Ballpark.
Ballpark.
We've done a DNA test from my mother's side, and on my mother's side, it goes back until the 1400s, pretty much Scandinavian.
Right, so you're not native to the Americas, are you, man?
Yes, for 5 generations.
Okay, then you're not native to the
Congratulations.
Americas. So, like you have been told, melanated goddess is Caribbean.
But
The
you don't know.
Americas.
You don't know how long her family was in the Caribbean, right? You're not asking her how long. Where does her family come
But
from? And for
brother, we
how
don't
long?
know how long
Right?
yours is
You're
because
not
you ain't put
asking
on
her
a,
that.
you haven't put on a
Mate.
chronological list yet.
But
You
here's
ain't put on
You're
a
not
the
holding
thing.
up the same.
Here's
You're not
the
holding the
thing,
same
though.
value.
You're not.
You're
we
not
don't
holding
know
the
you.
same
You're
We don't know
standard,
nothing
Scandinavian,
about
Ether.
and
you
that's all
either.
there is to
Hold
it.
on,
You're
hold
an
on.
immigrant
If
in America, and you're fifth generation Scandinavian. That's all it is. That's all it
Congratulations.
is.
Ether, you're not
Get
holding the
me?
same standard to other
And now your
people. That's
child is going to
because
be half
that's
Scandinavian
because
and half Chinese.
you're a race
That's all.
baiter. You're
not
just a
bringing
But
race
she's
that up,
baiter. That's all you
American.
are, Ether.
Why am
and I
I a race
guarantee
baiter?
you,
By stating
your
facts.
child comes out saying big up.
By stating facts, I'm a race baiter.
You're not stating facts because you
Of course,
don't
I'm
know if
stating facts.
Melanea Goddess's
America is not
family
a white
has been in
land.
the Caribbean
America
for
is not a
four
European land.
or
It's not a
100
white land.
generations. You don't know
Therefore,
shit about
you're
it,
an
bro.
immigrant. Yeah. And when the white people
You
got
don't
there,
know
they
shit about it.
saw people.
And
You
that's
You
why
admit the
understand
you're a
truth
race
though.
baiter
They
because you
saw
That's the
bring
native
race
truth.
into
You
it.
people.
gotta
White
admit
And
the
people,
those
truth
white
though.
native
people.
people
Fuck
Oi,
did
out of
not
here,
so
know
bro.
why so religious?
Scandinavian.
Don't get triggered. Just
Understand
listen
me?
to it.
So stop your nonsense, man.
You see,
Just
stop
listen
your
to it.
nonsense,
Because if
man.
it's not
Fuck
true,
you.
if it's not true, you can rebut it, innit?
You don't.
So
Yeah, and
obviously,
here's the
just
thing.
listen to what she said.
And y'all,
She said that America is not native to white people. It's not.
here's
It's
the point.
native to
Y'all
American
will not.
England.
Y'all will attack me, but you won't attack her for saying that Melanea Goddess's family
No,
has
forget
been here
about
for so
melanated.
long.
We've gone past that now.
She doesn't
We've
know
gone
that.
past that.
She does,
What we're
no,
saying is
that's
that
the point. That's
America
the point.
continent.
You've
You
gone
see the
past it.
continent.
You've gone
Did you
past
hear
it,
what
and
the
I'm the
sister
only
just
one
said?
who has pointed out the point. Okay, y'all
Did you
have
hear
gone
what the
past
sister
it.
just
I'm
said?
the only one who has pointed out that she has said something that she cannot prove. Okay,
All right,
and yet she will
We've gone
say
past that,
that
bro.
that person. Now stop, Freddie. That she will say that person is more Americanized than me, or more Westernized, or whatever. But she can't even prove how long
More
that person's family
assumptions.
has
All right,
been
you
here.
following the
More
argument?
Bullshit,
Are you
bro.
are you following the argument? So religious? Are you following the argument so far? Because it's gone past that now. She said that the
Yeah, it's
whole
gone past
continent.
it because y'all
She
won't.
said the whole
Y'all
continent
will
of
not
America.
address the fact that she lied. That she
No,
is
no,
talking
listen.
ignorance.
No, we're going on to the
You
whole
won't
continent
address
of
it.
America. You want to dispute that the whole continent of America is native to Europeans, and
Is that
you know
right?
What?
you can't refute that.
What?
What the
No,
sister
you
just
need to
said,
reverse out of that dead end, mate.
that
That's
America,
not
the
gonna work.
continent of America, is native to Europeans.
No,
Yeah.
anywhere in the world is native to a person who is born there because they become
Thank you.
native.
That's the whole point about it. So what we're saying is that real indigenous people to the American land is the Indian American and the African American.
The word
You know what I'm
indigenous has never been brought up once in this whole conversation, bro.
No, but obviously, I know the reason why you're saying is an immigrant because she's not indigenous to the land, isn't it? Is that correct?
No.
So why are you
The
saying
word
she's an immigrant?
How can you
indigenous
say
has
that
never
wasn't
been.
mentioned? And I spoke about the native Indians and whomever that they saw when Columbus and all them people got there.
They're
Like,
not
what are you talking
native to the
about?
land either. They come from
Can somebody
Mongolia.
rewind and tell me when she said Native Indians? And firstly, they're Native Americans. So
Look,
thank you for
why
being.
so religious?
So thank you
I'm
for
not here
being
to
so
berate you, yeah?
insecure
All right,
out
listen
there.
to the
Personally,
argument
okay?
why so
And then
religious.
At
Listen
the
to
end
the
of the day,
argument that
look,
we
what
all
I'm not
know.
Can
going
anybody
to
tell me when she said the word
See,
Columbus,
that's what I'm
the name
saying. You
Columbus?
just
Oh,
got
this
bare
guy's
ignorance, man.
anyway,
You
you
got
got
bare
Dave Smith
ignorance.
to back
You
you up
don't
now.
even listen. You
You
don't
gotta
even
Can I
listen,
just
listen,
say
man.
something? Can I just say something to
You
Dave
guys
Smith?
agree in the
Because
Torah now, yeah.
Dave Smith saying the Native Americans also migrated to America.
Yeah, they did from
But
Asia.
but people don't grow out of the ground like turnips.
Exactly.
You get me?
So
The
this
indigenous
conversation is stupid, isn't it?
the indigenous populations are
It's
the
now
first
European.
ones
All
that
right,
were
I'm
there.
gone, you know, my people. Have a lovely day, man. Bless up and everything.
Be
Yeah?
safe, Freddie.
Bless and respect.
So that's why this conversation is just daft, isn't it?
No, you're
Unless you lot are on
saying
the
the first
Torah
people that
vibe,
got there
unless you lot are
ain't
on the
need
Torah
indigenous
vibe,
people.
unless
That
you
make
lot are on the
sense.
yeah, unless you lot are on the Torah vibe that you are Africans are indigenous to that land. Otherwise,
Explain
I don't even
indigenous.
understand. I don't even understand this conversation.
Explain indigenous then. All right, we can bring you in. Don't worry. Just tell us what
I am
indigenous means.
in. What do you mean bring me in? I'm here. I'm
We'll bring you
speaking.
up to date. You're saying you don't understand though, so we're going to bring you in into understanding. Why are you calling me a dickhead, you ugly fat plum?
Fuck everything up, man. You stupidness all the time. Just relax.
What do you mean? I'm asking you a question. Do you know what indigenous means?
with this clearly established bogus conversation, just trying to fuck with people's standard. That's it.
All right, let me ask you something, Dave. Do you believe that people can have dual identities? Do you believe that people can assimilate into a culture and at the same time represent from where they come from simultaneously?
Yes,
within one generation.
Of course they can.
Right, that's it. Case closed. That's it. Then I win. You lose.
You want? Okay, I'll prove it.
Conceded.
Real quick.
Why so never even said what he was accused of in the first place, for fuck's sake?
Cultural supremacy. He's saying that you're only allowed to have one culture, and if you move somewhere, you have to abandon.
Never said that.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm not saying you're personally saying that. Yeah, but this is the point. Yeah, to say that people can't represent from where they come from is basically saying that they have to fully 100% adopt the culture of the country that they've moved to. Yeah, that's forced assimilation. They're still allowed to maintain their culture.
No. Firstly, they should adapt the culture of the country they came to, because the fact is they decided to go to that country. This is no longer.
I don't want to misquote you. I don't want to misquote you.
Let me
Please
finish.
quote yourself. When you finished, tell Dave the question I asked you about: are you planning to learn Chinese because you're married, or Mandarin because you're married to a Chinese woman?
I'll tell you right now.
Your answer.
I'll tell you right now. He asked me. Right. He asked me, "Am I learning Mandarin or Cantonese?" And I said, "No. My wife came here, so I'm not going to learn it." And he said, "That sounds like cultural supremacy." Here's the reality. Right. If I went to China and I've spoke to my wife.
You're up to date now. You're up to date now, Dave. Feel free to.
Can I finish this? I spoke to my wife about this, and I explained to her in this way. I said, if I went to China and decided I'm going to live my life there, right. Okay, and I decided that I'm not going to learn Chinese, I'm not going to learn Mandarin or Cantonese, whichever it is, and I'm just going to open up a store and it's going to be all English, or I'm going to just interact with people and always speak English, what are they going to say to me?
You're a bad guess.
They'll tell you to go home.
Yeah, that's
and I swear to you, that's what she told me. And then when I spoke to Spanish people, most of them were from Mexico, but some of them were from Honduras, and I'm speaking to them in Spanish most of the time. And I said, so what if a bunch of Americans decide to move to Mexico, and then they just decide to take up a whole block of a city or even more? And then they decide that they're not going to learn Spanish, but they're just going to throw up English signs everywhere, English businesses. What would you say? And he said, I tell them to go home. That's
right.
But
here's the thing, yeah.
You're explaining the history of America.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're explaining the history of America.
No, I'm explaining how people are.
The people didn't go to America and ingratiate themselves in what was going on.
I'm talking about how people are, though.
Sorry?
I'm talking about how people are in general. Where
no. You're saying wait, because I understand the implication that you're making. But what I'm saying is that is completely contradictory to how America was born as we know it today.
Exactly.
Because the indigenous in America has all been just wiped out or whatever, or they are on little plots of land that's been given this, that, and the other. So what are you talking about?
Okay, you say, what am I talking about? So how far back are you going back in history, Ether? How far back are you going?
The formation of America as we know it.
So the formation of America as we know it is 1770.
200 and odd years old. America's a baby out here.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah? Right. Exactly. So in that time, they've wiped out they've wiped out.
So how much do you know about American history, Ether?
Sorry?
How much do you know about American history? Because you're coming on.
She obviously knows more than you, innit? Obviously.
Is anything that I'm saying a lie?
I would like to question this because you're coming on
I've said a lie.
So has anything I said about how people
just answer yes or no? Is anything that I've said been a lie?
I don't know what you have said because most of the time all you do is
you've been here.
Okay, all right. You don't know what I've said. No problem.
So what was your point?
It's all right.
What was your point, Ether?
You won't even talk to me, mate.
I said, Ether. So all I said, and Roops even agreed, was that I'm talking about how people are in general inside of nations.
I love it when you call me Roops. Go on, listen. What I'm saying to you is this, yeah. Not only for blatantly just caught you out, yeah, but let's just put a line under that
did she
because
say? Say
it's
it
a dead
again.
end, isn't it? You're digging yourself in
Caught him
deeper.
out.
So just
What do you
allow
think?
it, just leave it,
I
bro.
don't
Just
know. I
take
don't
the air and
understand what
move
she's
on,
trying to.
innit?
I don't understand the alleged point
It's
that
a
she's
side
making.
issue. It's a side issue. She's saying basically what you just said, yeah, is contradictory to the way you move. Like what you say and what you do is not adding up. Because the way how you built your country wasn't by turning up there and marrying the people that you found there or learning their language. You turned up and imposed your own culture on them, which is you're saying that if people do that, they should get told to go home. So who's telling you to go home?
Actually,
But anyway,
people
this
were
is a
telling
side
us.
issue.
Firstly,
Learn from
we're
the past.
telling in the foundation of America, people
This
were
ain't,
telling.
Dave, this ain't even the point of the conversation. It's a side issue.
Firstly, there were people getting
He
married.
gets fixated.
There were people being married to the people that are the.
But you weren't, because you done your bloody DNA test and it come up Scandinavian. So what you talking about?
I'm 3% Native American. I mean, that goes
Going
back to
how far back? How far back?
And it's also, I think it's during the fur trade and the when France had control of the Canadian areas for the most part. It was before the 7 Years' War.
So,
is what it says.
So let me ask you. I'm going to ask you one question, for my own satisfaction. Can you please, off the top of your head, count how many words you know in your wife's language? I'm not even saying sentences, like words. Roughly.
I don't know, dude.
Do you know at least one word?
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. When she tries to teach me some
You're telling me you've never been lying in bed with your wife and said to her, "How do you say I love you" in your language? You never said that.
I can't.
You've never been eating eggs with your wife and said, "How do you say chili sauce" in your language? You've never said that.
It's just like I try to learn Arabic too, but I can't pronounce the words. I can actually read and write some Arabic, but I can't say the words. Something you may not know about me is that I had a speech impediment when I grew up. Okay.
Wow. Is that why you won't fucking shut up now?
No, I'm just being honest. Like,
I'm telling you honestly too.
Before
I even went to kindergarten, I had to go to a speech school 3 times a week when I was 5. Okay,
yeah, you're well over that now. You're done with that.
No, I'm just telling you, I can't always say words. Like I get caught up.
But 1 minute, let's be honest. There's sounds in certain languages that we can't pronounce. That is the fact. There is languages that contain letters and sounds and words that don't exist in other languages. Like we know that. That's not the point. But I'm asking you how many words you actually know. I'm not asking you how many words can you not pronounce. I'm asking you how many words you know. Like, and you're not even saying one word.
I can understand my wife when she talks to like her brothers and sisters a lot of times. I can understand and follow it, but I don't know the whole conversation, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I hear you.
Why are you letting pull you down this avenue? Look, Carl,
but I'm just being honest. I'm being. You want to know the truth about it?
No, it's not an avenue, Dave. What I'm trying to show, Dave. What I'm trying to show. No, I don't give a shit because you're not standing in front of me for me to slap you for telling me to shut up. So I'm just going to ignore the fact that you're telling me to shut up because there's nothing really I can do about it. There's no point in you telling me to shut up.
This is the point of the show right here.
You're a 4-pinter. You can't fight unless you've had about 4 pints. Don't even try it.
Okay, mate.
Don't even try it. You got some estrogenic face, bruv. What are you chatting about? Your bloated out estrogenic face.
The real issue here is it's not called cultural supremacy to want people to be able to speak the language, read and write the language of the culture that they move to willingly. We're not talking about people. Not talking about people being forced. We're not talking about people being forced.
What do you mean? I speak perfect English. What are you on about?
You need to be deported.
We're not.
I speak perfect English, Dave. What are you chatting about, you mug?
Bad
We're not talking about supremacy that you cannot have you cannot have cultural pride parades, that you can't cook foods, open restaurants, have cookbooks that go around, whatever you want. You can open up businesses with the names of different cultures inside of America and it'll all be fine. There's that's not the issue here. Okay, that's not cultural supremacy. We're talking about cultural adaptation of a willingness. Okay, if you came to a country that you, whatever country it is in the world, just like the example I gave with me going to my wife's country in China, if I go there to live my life, it is upon me to decide, do I want to live there? And if I do want to live there, then I should respect that country and its people enough to learn the language, read and write it, to try to appeal to the
that's a completely separate argument. Like, we're not saying people can still hold on to their culture and fully adapt and assimilate into any other culture within one generation.
I don't know which.
But I'm saying taking away people's right to express their culture is a form of cultural supremacy. I'm not saying you said that. I'm not saying you said that.
I would also say that
what I'm asking you.
America
what I'm asking you is
country for that.
What is American culture? What's American culture?
American culture is the adaptation of any person that wants to come to America and adapt to the English language, okay, and wants to adapt to the laws that we enforce and the Constitution, and the acceptance that every person should be treated equal under the law, and that they all have dignity and respect.
That's American culture.
To me, it is.
What's Jamaican culture? Where does that come from?
Black Lives Matter is the Jamaican culture.
Oh, no. Can't answer the
Oh,
question.
really? Is that why Jamaica has the highest, one of the highest murder rates in the world?
Black Lives Matter.
What's
Jamaica
Jamaica?
One of the highest murder rates in the world.
Nice diversion, man.
The murder rate in Jamaica is huge, and you're talking about Black Lives Matter.
Is that culture? Is that a culture though?
She's trolling.
I don't know if it is, but I know it's a fact. Why
are you mentioning it then? That's like me saying in Glasgow you can't. Like,
what if murder is part of culture? What if murder is part of culture?
It is part of some people.
Yeah, but then
I'm just asking.
It's just you just come up with these random mad things that it just makes you look bad. That I don't understand that.
Mad, but
that we're talking about Jamaican culture and you're mentioning murder. Like, for God's sake, man!
That's
what planet are you living on?
Can you say that murder is not cultural? Or yes, you can. It's a yes or no, pretty much, or maybe it's a gray area. Who knows? I'm just throwing the question out there because this is supposed to be about constructive over deconstructive.
We're supposed to be taking this seriously. Like, it's not even worth answering that question. Like, we're going to now talk about is murder part of Jamaican culture? This is ridiculous.
Jamaican culture. You said Jamaican culture.
I think that every question is.
You did actually. You mentioned Jamaica actually, Dave.
Yeah, not in regards to murder. I wanted to know from 9 what.
No, he added the murder part in.
Not specifically to Jamaica.
No, I said that. I said when she said Black Lives Matter is part of Jamaican culture. I just simply mentioned that Jamaica has one of the highest murder rates in the world.
Why do you take everything so literally? Like, you're so literal.
Well, she said it, bro.
Yeah, but obviously she said it in a particular way. It shouldn't be taken that literally.
She probably actually believes.
Considering the fact that Black Lives Matter has only been going for a little while now, like, how can that be representative of Jamaican culture? It's like, come on, bro. Like,
so you're saying that culture?
You know how long Jamaica's been there?
It has to be how long until something becomes a culture?
My God, at least one generation.
Okay, one generation at least. That's your answer?
No, that's
not. Well, the definition of the word culture is something that you're taught by a previous generation.
So here's a question. Are you saying that the people right now who are very Black Lives Matter are starting a culture, or that they are actually inside of a culture?
That's ridiculous. That's not even a question to answer.
That's actually a pretty decent question.
I don't think
because if you're gonna because a culture has to start at some point, right? So you can't just say that it has to be the next generation. You have to say that the culture started at least before that generation.
Yeah.
So
we can point to where it starts. We can point to where something starts
now, or is it the next generation that it begins? And how did it begin without it?
Yeah, you have to. You have to extrapolate, innit? You have to extrapolate it. So when something becomes a culture, then you can point to where it started. When something just starts, it's not a culture.
So what if it's between? So are you saying it's like a zeitgeist?
I don't know what that means. Like, sorry, I'm not gonna lie.
So a zeitgeist is like a spirit of the time. So you're saying a spirit of a time
No,
of
it's
the
the
time
opposite of
can
that.
become a
It's
culture,
the
but
opposite.
not a
It's
culture
the
at the
opposite of
time.
that. It's the opposite of that. A culture is not a zeitgeist, is it?
So
A
people
culture is
get
something that you inherit. It's something that your parents teach you. You get me? It's like your surroundings promote that, and then you basically show your
surroundings
children.
promote it, and you show
So
your
you're
children.
showing your children, when we're living in this environment, yeah, this is the best way to thingy to
So you just said. So you just said
interact with that
surroundings.
environment,
So
and your
you said
children are
it's
born
surroundings and
with a head
environment, and then you
start. They
said
don't have
show
to grow
children.
up. They don't have to grow up, formulate a conscious mind, and then look around them and say, what's the best way for me to integrate into my environment? They're already born knowing that because they're picking that up from the previous generation with the
So
benefit
wait.
of experience. It's
So the
called culture.
so firstly, you just said
Without time, you don't have culture.
Hold on, man. Let him
you just said
respond.
experience. You said
Yeah,
experience, environment, and children.
right.
So then that
Yeah.
doesn't have anything to do with a previous generation. And then you want
What do you
to,
mean?
because
What do you mean? Having
those are three
children
things that are living
shows that
in
you've
the
moved to a
culture.
next generation.
But those are the three things that make a time period, right?
Yeah, but you're not understanding one thing. We can
Because you
show
also
our
have to
children
teach those
everything we
children.
want. Listen, we give our children all the information we have that we've accumulated in our lifetime, but it's also up to them to filter through it all and pick out the things that's relevant to their time. So the things that then last over that period of time is what we call culture. So when you're looking at culture, you have to look at cross-generational interactions. Does that make sense? Or am I losing it? Nice
Well, I
early.
mean, but you even said that it's based on environment, which is what a person lives in. Okay, let's say that
Yeah.
there has not been. This is the first generation of people in general. Okay,
All right, look.
then that means their culture would be their
Mhm.
environment, what they're living in,
Mhm.
and their children, and how they
Yeah.
teach them. Okay,
Over
so
generation. Yeah, but it's
everybody,
also it's
listen.
also
No,
over a generation.
no person lived before them, right? So they created the culture, and the culture started because of the
Mhm.
environment, the
Yeah.
people with their
Yeah.
experiences,
But it
and
only
their
becomes
children,
a
and teaching
culture
their
when
children.
the next generation adapt and adopt it. That's when it becomes a culture. The start
So
of the culture would be from the previous generation, of course.
no, it's the beginning of culture is from the acceptance of multiple people that agree upon an opinion, a belief, a thought, a concept, a philosophy. That is the beginning of a culture. It has nothing to do with the generation that comes next, because there have been plenty of cultures that have disintegrated from the next generation. Okay, you can look at this through philosophy.
arguing
You can look at this through
over the
religion. You can
beginnings.
look at this
I'm not
through
arguing.
various ways. But the fact is,
Listen, I'm not
culture
arguing over the
begins.
beginnings of cultures. I'm saying the
So then,
definition of a
so you
culture
don't believe
is
that we're
something.
living in a culture right now.
We're living in a culture.
So we are living in a
When you
culture.
say
and
we,
they
what do you
call-
mean? I'm
and
not
they-
living in your culture,
Yeah, you're not living in mine, and that's actually a pretty good example, right?
right?
Because if you came
Yeah, so
over to
environment,
America,
we're not in the same
let me finish.
environment.
Let me finish. If you came to America, you would be living in a different culture, and it has nothing to do with your generation. Okay, it has nothing to do with your ancestors. It's just a
Right.
different culture. And
I'd be living in a different culture.
that's the reason America is called the melting pot, because different cultures come in, and then we have that culture at that moment. It's not like it takes a generation for that culture to be in America. It's just a different culture.
America has no unique culture. America has no unique culture because it's an amalgamation of different cultures. Therefore, it has. That's why you had to talk about the amendment.
You don't think that's unique? You don't think that it's unique to actually have a mixing pot of cultures? You think that it's better just to have a mixing, like no mixing pot? You think that it's better just to have
it's not unique. It's just America, Bab.
individual what?
unique. It's just America. Like I
What's
said, America's a baby.
What is
Yeah,
unique? Ether.
America's built on immigrants. So if
Ether,
you
what
want to
is
call that
unique?
unique, then
Ether,
you can call that
what
unique.
is unique?
But it's not. America has no culture.
What is
And
unique?
if you're going
about-
to say that part of your culture is to bear arms and this, that, and the other, then that's fair enough if that's what you would call your culture. But America hasn't got no, you know, they're trying to make a culture. I can agree with that, but I wouldn't say they got a culture. Would you say
What
they
is
got
your
a culture,
culture?
Khan? Is there anything you can
I
identify
say
as
like, if
American
you said
culture?
to me, Khan, let's
Ether,
go
tell
to
me
a
what's
restaurant,
unique
and I
about your
said,
culture.
what restaurant should we go? And you said we're going American.
Ether,
I wouldn't know what. To
tell me
be honest,
what.
I wouldn't know what to expect. Like, what is
Ether, tell
American
me.
food? Like,
Ether,
what
tell
is
me what's
what is
unique
it?
about your
How is
culture.
it different from any other food? Like, what is distinctive about it that makes it a culture? I couldn't answer that. I'm not
Ether,
gonna lie.
tell me what is unique
Hamburgers
about
aren't
your
even
culture.
American. Apparently, they're German or something.
Tell me
So
what's
there you
unique
go.
about your culture, Ether. Because you're willing to talk about other people's culture. Let me ask you, what is your culture?
Hold on. Why are you? Hold on a minute. Why are you coming to me? You're talking what you're talking. I'm just offering my opinion. You
So
understand me?
then
Now you're
so
getting vexed and
why
now
am I
asking me
coming to
about
you?
my
Why am
culture.
I coming to you? Because
You
I want to.
understand what I'm saying
If you're
to you?
going to talk about other people's culture, let's hear what you have to say about your culture,
I'm
and tell me where it comes
Afro-Caribbean, bruv.
from.
I'm an Afro-Caribbean. I'm in England. What do you want to know?
So you were born in where?
I was born in Britain, England,
Okay,
UK, London.
okay.
Mm.
So tell me about your culture in England.
What do you want to know?
Well, I want to know about it.
What do you want to know?
Oh,
He does this all the
listen to
time,
this.
man.
She doesn't want to talk about how
What
she
do you
probably
want
doesn't have
to
a unique
know? What
culture.
do
She
you
wants to
want to
talk
know?
about.
What do you
She
don't
wants to
listen?
talk
Don't
about
bitch and
America has
whine.
no
I'm
unique
asking.
culture.
Sorry.
You want to talk about how America doesn't have a unique culture.
Has it
Oh,
got
it's
a
so
okay?
Your
Has it
rude.
unique
got a
culture.
unique culture?
Tell me what is
It's
unique
so
about your
rude.
culture.
Has it
Ethan.
got? So don't be bitching and whining and switching it on me. Has it
No,
got
no,
a
no.
unique culture? It's either a yes or a no.
I
I'm not
love how
arguing.
it's switching it on
I'm
you,
not
and I just
arguing.
asked
All
you
I
a
said
question
is
to
that your
explain what
nation.
is a unique culture that you obviously think that there is something that is a
Why are you
unique culture,
mocking?
but you
Why are
don't
you mocking
think
people's
that a melting pot
speech?
of all cultures is unique,
Did he
even though
mock my
Remember last time?
speech?
Was
it's
it?
never been done in the history of the world, Ether.
That's what they
That's
do,
It's
man.
got.
Anyway,
obviously
you
You know
talk,
unique.
man.
what, bro?
Get it
You
You
all
got
out.
to
tell
be
me
Get
in
it
your
all out.
bonnet. You
about
got
your
to be in your bonnet. You got issue with Nanifa. I remember now. It's all come
Ether.
back to me.
So
You
you're
have got an
saying
issue with
that
Nanifa.
a melting pot is not unique. So you
She's
tell me
not
what
denying
is
it. She's
unique
not even
about
denying
your
it.
culture, because I want to know how mixing the whole world together in cultures and trying to keep it together peacefully, okay, not some
I'm not seeing much
homogeneous
peace.
country,
I'm not.
okay,
Who's seeing
not
the
some
peace right now?
homogeneous country that has all the same ethnicity, has all the same race, has all the same religions for the most part, okay. I want to know how mixing multiple cultures from across the world and trying to stay peaceful and give everybody equal rights is less unique than your culture.
Give everybody equal rights.
Yes, we all have equal rights in
You
No.
see,
America.
you think that
Is the
Black Lives
brain
Matter.
We have
engaged
equal
right
rights under
now?
the
Is the
law.
mouth just
That's a
running off
fact.
on its own?
Notice how
Bro.
she could not tell me how her culture is unique.
You're nuts.
She could say that America isn't unique, even though it's the most unique country in the world for bringing in multiple cultures and trying to have them live together. But she cannot
You're
mention
gonna have to work
her
really hard now to
alleged
scrape back
culture that
any
she doesn't even
level
want
of
to describe.
credibility.
It's
I'm not
unique.
gonna lie. You just lost it, bro. You just lost it. I'm not gonna lie.
We have
Things
equality
that you're
under
coming
the
out
law
with
in
is
America.
ridiculous.
That's a fact,
It's
dude.
ridiculous.
It's a
Like,
fact.
you sound like these racists that say, "Oh, why are you not saying this, that, and the other? There is no racism." It doesn't make sense, does it?
I never
Because
said
you're not
that.
the one
What are you talking
experiencing
about?
racism. So how can you tell people
Why are you
whether or not
implying?
racism
You see,
exists?
that's the reason your argument is weak, is because you have to attest words to me that I've never said.
I'm not
And
doing that. I'm saying
yes, you
it's
just
like.
did.
You're
Yes, you
so
just did.
literal. You're a literalist. You know that. That there is something wrong with you.
No,
You need
but
to
you are.
understand similes.
Here's
You
the
need to
thing. You
understand
are
similes and
inferring.
metaphors. You need
Okay,
to understand.
but
I'm
you
saying
are
something is like
inferring.
something
You
else,
are inferring on me, bro. Do
bro.
you get what that means?
Bro, please. Are you under the illusion that America is the land of the free and that everybody has equal rights there? Because that's an illusion.
all
We're not
have
seeing that
equal
right
rights
now. Like,
under
there's
the law.
evidence.
Just like it doesn't matter your race. It doesn't matter. Honestly, even people who aren't citizens, as long as they're green card holders, can buy and purchase and own a gun for self-defense. The Second Amendment applies to people who the government knows is here legally.
But this is on paper. What we're asking is the current administration, basically using that framework in an even-handed manner, or is it skewed?
Well.
Or is it skewed? That's what I'm asking you. Having it on paper is one thing. Is he gone to see? Are you gone? Where's Dave gone? Oh, he's got bad internet, Dave. Go on, thingy. So religious. Did you not understand my question?
Repeat it.
I'm saying on paper we can say yes, everybody has equal rights under the Constitution, but how that is enacted is completely different, and we're seeing that. There's evidence for that.
You say there's evidence for it, but there is evidence that some of the most successful people in this country are immigrants from
You're all immigrants. That's what Hanif is saying.
From
You're all
alleged
immigrants.
From alleged disadvantaged people, right? Like Nigerians in this country are very successful. Like the immigrants. That's a fact, bro. You can look it up.
But if he wasn't treating them badly, they might have been even more successful.
If we weren't treating them badly, so they're successful and they're being treated badly. Well, just look at Trump.
They could have been even more successful. You don't know
and he
that.
gets treated badly. Congratulations, you just contradicted yourself.
How? Where's the contradiction? I'm saying
the people who are successful are getting treated badly. I agree at times.
Take a breath. I'm just, bro, please. We're working it out together here, innit? I'm saying, look, right? People can be more successful than they are. Just because you deem them successful and you're saying these people are rated as successful, I'm saying, well, maybe they could have been even more successful. And you just admitted that. You've just given an example of someone else.
Here's the thing. They were successful enough in
people can
their
be
home
successful
country.
despite
No matter where these
the
people
obstacles
are,
put in front of them.
no matter where these people are that immigrate to America, they were obviously successful if they immigrated legally, because they had to have money to save up and then come to America legally. File the process, file paperwork, follow the process, give money to America, say that they will not go on.
Let's face it. Let's face it, bro. You lot need. Listen. It's the same thing with immigration all over. Everyone needs immigrants, right? But no one wants a bunch of immigrants turning up with great expectations. So everyone makes out like they don't need immigrants, but really everyone needs immigrants.
I'm not
so
saying
what you're saying doesn't make sense in that way.
Nobody said that. What I'm saying is they were so successful in their country that they decided that they wanted to take the challenge and the possible failure of coming to America to be even more successful and have even more rights than chances are that their country provides. Okay, because they are already successful. Okay, they have money saved up. They have the ability to put money back into their country and try to make their country even more successful. But what are they going to do? They're trying to save their money, and they're trying to come to a different place, whether it be America or any country that people immigrate to legally. They are doing it because they are risking everything that they can follow the laws, integrate.
Well, thank you for your testimony, but you're only one person, and to be honest, I find it really hard to draw conclusions from just one person's testimony. But like, if you let me ask you questions, then maybe I can like get to know you a little bit more better, and
Purple has
I'll understand a little bit. Okay, cool. What I'm asking you is this here. You're saying you married a Chinese woman, you've got no intention of learning any Chinese, and it's on her to learn your language because she decided to move to America. I personally think that that's a little bit ignorant of you. You're saying, no, that's normal, and it's normal all around the world, and it's normal across all these different examples that you've given. But let me just ask you one question, please.
You agreed with me.
Please, bro. I didn't. Please, let me just say something. How do you feel about your children, learning the language of their mother and basically having a dual identity? So when people ask them, what are you? And they say, my mum's Chinese and my dad's American. Like, is that wrong, or would you force them to say,
That's
no,
not
no, no,
dual
no, 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 no,
identity.
no? Your dad's American. You're American. Yeah, your mum's Chinese, but that's by the by.
That's not dual identity. How is that? How is that dual identity? Because
Because they're identifying themselves as Chinese.
his identity
Yeah.
was
But
made.
he would be eligible
and
for
he's
a
not.
Chinese passport. What I'm saying is, I keep trying to say so solid, so religious. You would be like, your child would be eligible for dual nationality. He would be able to go and apply for a Chinese passport. Every human has that right, innit? So his mum is from China. He can go and apply for a Chinese passport if he wants, innit? Do you understand what I mean? So that is his right to have that duality.
How is it a duality when I am his father and she is his mother?
Right.
It's not. That's his identity.
Elaborate on
It's
that
not
point.
it's not
Elaborate
a
on that
dual
point.
identity, right? Because it is. I'm his father. She is her mother. His mother.
Okay.
So this is not. It's his identity because we came together, all right, and we
Yeah.
formulated this child. So this
Right.
child has the identity of me as his father and her as his mother. Do you understand that?
Right.
You're the one.
But when people ask him, like,
here's the question.
where
What if
are
he
you
goes his
from,
whole
or
life-
who are you?
Look,
How-
your question,
He
what
needs to have an identity, right?
What if he goes his whole life without the concept of a dual identity? Who is right and who is wrong? Are you right for saying that he should have a dual identity? Or is he right for saying, no, I'm just who I am? You are the one trying to impose identity politics on a fucking 9-month-old
No, I'm
child.
not
Hey, bro,
imposing.
it's
I'm
wrong.
not imposing nothing. I'm saying
Here,
the
dude.
options should. Bro, one sec. I'm saying the options should all be on the table, isn't it? So, for example, if I have a child with an English woman, yeah, one of my children, he might feel English, and I'm saying to him, like, why? When people ask you where you from, why aren't you saying I'm half Turkish, half English? And he's like, well, because I was born in England, and I feel English, so I'm saying I'm English. I'm representing for England, innit? Like,
So
and I'm
okay,
saying to him,
that's
yeah, but
actually a good point. I'll tell you
my
a
other
story.
child, my other child might say, well, no, I'm half Turkish, half English. And I'm saying to him, so why do you say that then? And he's saying, because that's what I am, innit? And
So my
that's what he
wife's-
believes.
My wife's
believes that.
family. No, here you actually brought up a good point. I'll tell you this story. So my wife's family, her brother is married to another Mandarin speaking Chinese woman, and they came to America. They went through the whole legal process. They have a business. They have 2 children, and one of their children was over here. Well, both of them were, but the one I'm talking about, Queenie, is talking to my wife, and and my wife is just like, oh, you're Chinese, and she says, and I swear to you, she says, I'm not Chinese, I'm American. Now
Who said that? Your wife?
No, that's what my
the child said.
my niece said, who is 100% Asian, and that's the thing. China is a country, bro. It is.
Yeah.
Now she just straight up told her, I'm not Chinese, I'm American. So what you did was just prove a point. Okay. Turkey is a country. Okay. It used to be the Ottoman Empire. It is not a race, bro. It is a
But there is a Turkic race. There isn't a Chinese race, you're right.
And
there is a Turkic race.
Oh, okay.
Turkmenistan, Tajikistan,
these
race. People are all Turkish by race.
Got you. Now, I'm just glad that now I understand that you have a certain race for a country of a slight population.
No, not for the country.
All of China,
not for the
bro.
Country.
Of all of China, bro.
No, bro. Do you think I don't know about Uyghurs? I told you I'm Turkish. I know that there's multi-ethnicities in China. Get with the program.
But you'll call them ethnicities, but Turkish is a race. Gotcha, bro. Understood.
What race are Uyghurs?
What I'm saying.
Turkic.
What
They're
I'm
Turkish
saying.
People.
Okay. You got your own race inside of a country that used to be in an Ottoman Empire, and I got it. So
the Ottoman Empire is the result of an empire. Yeah. So not everyone
what
is of the same race.
the point I'm making here is you're the one who even gave an example of if I married an English woman and my one child said this and another child said that, and I asked them blah blah blah. You're the one enforcing identity politics, as opposed to when I give the example of my wife's family, who are both Chinese Asians who came to America, speak to their children mostly in Mandarin. Their children learn English pretty much through television, through reading, through school. And when she says, I'm an American, and my wife's like, no, you're Chinese.
She's talking
like,
about nationality. She's a child. She doesn't know the difference between her nationality and her ethnicity.
Now you're negating, you don't even know the age of the child and when the comment was said. You're just now assuming that this child doesn't know the difference between race because of an age that you don't even know of this child when it was said.
Well, get off your high horse, man. How old is the child? How old's the child? How old's the child?
See, now you need confirmation bias, right? Isn't that what I said earlier? That people just want confirmation bias? So, okay, you first... I'll tell you.
You're basically accusing me of intellectual dishonesty, and I find that insulting.
Groups, tell first before I say the age, and I'll give you the honest age. You tell me the age that you think a child knows about race.
About 7.
Then you are correct, sir. She was 7 years old.
Yeah. Okay, I've got children. I've got experience with children, man. Come on, dude. Give us some credit.
I'm not trying to negate any credit that you have or whatever. All I'm saying is there is a difference in America, okay? We don't really most Americans don't base off race. Whether y'all believe it or not across the world, we believe in a set of values, such as the Constitution, okay? I'm not even, most Americans would say, like they would throw God in there, but I don't, because I'm not, I'm
a theist.
I'm not a theist. I'm an atheist.
I hear what you're saying.
I agree with most concepts of what America stands for, which is constitutions. Everybody's equal under the law. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Okay, and that anybody who does wrong needs to be held accountable. Like that's just and there's certain things that is an American attitude, and it goes beyond race, religion, creed, whatever, ethnicity, however you want to say it. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
But anyway, should we change the subject?
Speech person.
We've done it to death. Let me ask you a question, yeah? I don't know if you're aware, yeah? Do you know in Hong Kong, yeah, there's a lot of Chinese that they don't want to be, they don't want to be Chinese. They want to be British or whatever it is. Like, they don't want to basically... Flags. Yeah. So the Prime Minister, like Boris Johnson, has said that he's going to give, was it 60,000 or however many, he's going to give them British passports. Like he's going to allow them, because they can't secure the deal that they made.
And China said that they will try to retaliate in various...
Well, China's retaliating by arresting individuals who are trying to board planes.
Yeah, but
so
also,
they're trying to get on a plane and come to England, and they're being
economically with trade.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
What do you have any kind of input? Like, do you have any kind of views on that?
1 second, sir.
Obviously, I'm asking you because you've got a Chinese wife.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So my input about Hong Kong and China.
Because these people born and brought up British, weren't they? Like Hong Kong was part of Britain. It was an administration, innit? Like British that were running Hong Kong. So then they returned it back to China. There was sort of a deal made where China wouldn't really,
more than once. Right? That. It was part of the treaty. It was part of a treaty that it had to change hands every X amount of years, right? Am I wrong?
I'm not sure. I don't think it does change hands.
Well, it used to change hands, and then until it became its own independent area.
Yeah. Dave Smith in the comments is saying that they already have British passports, And I think like certain amount of them do, obviously, because they were born and raised as British, and they were born in a time where it was a British, not a colony, but like an administration,
Okay,
right? But
okay. So
like I think a promise was made to the citizens that when Britain hands back when Britain hands back Hong Kong to China, there's going to be sort of like, you know,
Hong
a
Kong is
British
Hong Kong
kind of
is
like lifestyle that's not really like China culturally, you know, assimilating them basically.
well,
Yeah.
Hong Kong is its own area, and the way that this is proven is that my wife, um, she considers Hong Kong and Taiwan part of China, and she never agreed with me that they weren't until we were speaking to her family, and her family brought it up this way. They said when we visit quote unquote China, we're only allowed to go into Hong Kong, because if we go outside of Hong Kong, we're technically in China, and they could arrest us for fleeing the country. That's exactly how they had described it to her. Now, with Taiwan, they described Taiwan as saying it is not a part of the one China concept because they have their own president. Now, my wife disagrees with this, even with her family. She's grown up. Now, her other family members have been here for 20 some odd years, and they have adapted this concept that Hong Kong is its own independent area, and so is Taiwan. But my wife's only been here for about 4 years, so she hasn't adapted that at all, you know. But she does understand now that she can go to Hong Kong and she can go to Taiwan without being arrested and persecuted for leaving the country. Hello?
So sorry, I was trying to type in the chat and it was cutting me out. Yeah, so obviously I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but basically these people who have British passports are being allowed to migrate to the United Kingdom by the British, and the Chinese are like, apparently, I don't know, but this is what the news is saying, they're forcibly stopping them from doing so. So we have a situation where, you know, all around the world we're told migration is something where people are turning up cap in hand, begging to come to a country. And, you know, I'm saying that if people got up and left the country, that would damage that country. That would make that country, you know, like lose,
Absolutely,
you know, a lot.
May I just agree with you on a stance, and I'll give you a scenario with a conversation, and maybe you think it's wrong, but I have had this with multiple Latinos, okay, Hispanic people, and I've said to them, so like some of them have been from Guatemala, some of them have been from and I don't know if you know this, but 1/3 of all Guatemalans live in America. But
really?
Yes, that's true. And but I've spoken to also Hondurans and Mexicans, and I've spoken to them in their own language just so that they could fully understand my questioning. And what I was saying was, so if everybody who ever wants a better life, who is born in Mexico or wherever in the Latin American world, all come to America, who's going to be the doctors? Who's going to be the police? Who's going to be the politicians, the ambulance drivers, the teachers, all these people that your country needs to be better? If they all just come here, how is your country ever going to get better? You know, and they all answer me, I don't know. And it is a serious question that if a politician really did care about their country, they would be asking and telling their people, like, why are you constantly leaving to go to another country? And when we could use your services here, and if we had your services here, you can make this country better. I think
to the people in the chat that are saying,
right?
that I shouldn't really be asking you about China just because you have a Chinese wife.
Well, it
I
don't
think
bother.
of being pretty ignorant because I think he's just demonstrated that he does have more knowledge on it than me. So, you know, for me to ask him or defer to his knowledge on this subject, there's nothing wrong with that. And if you weren't such a pussy hiding in the chat and you actually got on the panel, then maybe like, you know, Mr. Projectile or whatever you call yourself.
I read it too.
Total dickheads.
I read it
Total
also, and
dickheads.
I ignored it. I do like that guy. He's one of my friends on.
Yeah,
he's a good,
he
he's a good
blows hot and
chat
cold
person.
though.
But
Sometimes he's cool, and then sometimes he's a knob.
I mean, honestly, I get the point that he's trying to make, but it doesn't bother me. You know,
No, he's
like,
just saying it to have a dig at me. It's actually a good.
I don't think he was
I'm
saying
actually,
it to have a dig
yeah,
at you.
yeah,
I think he was trying
no,
to
he
bring
is,
it.
he is.
Well,
No,
I
read his
mean,
previous
I'm just gonna
comments.
give
He's
my
like,
personal opinion.
he's just being really horrible. It's just being really horrible.
I may be wrong, but I think he is trying to say how everything has been directed at
No,
me.
he's
Why?
trolling. He's just trolling.
I don't think
Trolling.
so. I
I'm
mean, that's
asking your
just my
opinion,
personal
your
opinion.
genuine opinion on things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
I'm
that's
thinking
hey,
you'll be informed on certain things as well.
here's the thing, man. I'll answer any question towards me the best that I can if I understand it, and then
I appreciate that.
I'll repeat if I don't understand. I'll say it again, or I'm sorry, say it in a different way or whatever. I don't shy away from questions, and
I know.
I'm not the best person at explaining myself. Sometimes it takes like 2 or 3 times for me to find the way that people might understand, but that's just my personality, you know. But no, I
Okay,
don't
fair
mind
enough.
it. You know,
Yeah, so China apparently
the only thing I won't
intercepted.
answer is my name and where I live.
Yeah. I think you told us where you live.
No, I haven't said where I currently live before.
Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, what do you think about them like forcibly stopping people from leaving the country? It's like an infringement on their human rights, no?
I will say this. I believe that any group of people that come together in a populace that is sizable for the area definitely deserve to have their own nation. And Hong Kong definitely falls in that realm. I would say Palestine falls in that realm. I would say the Kurds fall in that realm too, you know. So I support that.
The Kurds aren't really one people though. They're like, you know, they're all over the place. Like they don't have one common language. They don't have a common history. They don't have a common genealogy.
I get that too. But they all consider themselves Kurds, and they all generally live in an area, right? Like within, I mean, of course, that area because of Western powers taking over.
This is the thing, though. So religious. They were just part of a previous empire. They were part of the Medo-Persian Empire. That's all it was,
Turkey.
really.
So was Palestine. Everywhere.
No, but I mean, like, if an empire has collapsed. If an empire is collapsed, though, let's say the Persian Medo Empire, sorry, the Medo-Persian Empire collapsed, and then the Medo part of it are just basically living their lives regardless. And when new people come and take over the area, they're like, no, you can't come and take us over.
That's historically the whole world, bro. That's historically the whole world. It wasn't.
No, but what?
The formation. The formation.
No, what I'm saying is, you have to be a nation state, isn't it? You have to have borders, clear borders. You have to have a nation before you can claim that somebody's, you know, taken your land or coming over there and, like, you know what I mean, turning up out of nowhere. They were already mixed with the people that took them over. They were already partly Turkish. They were already partly Iranian. They were already mixed with all these other people.
Those are nationalities.
That's what I mean. But what I'm saying is,
didn't exist. Nations didn't exist until what? 400
you don't understand
years ago.
you don't understand what I'm saying. Like, you need to be able to show at least one source or one original race that your race came from, and then maybe, you know, include some admixtures in there after and say, okay, it's like England, for example, right? Britain is based off of the back of England. You get me? So the Viking admixture, the Celtic admixture, it's all, like, you know, secondary to the English input, isn't it? So the English race, like, you know, determine the language and whatnot. So the Kurds don't have that. They don't have one common root to say, well, we originally all came from these people, and then we have you know, different
I don't think
admixtures
that's
regionally.
important because Palestine doesn't have the same thing either. You
What
know
does
what I mean?
Palestine have? They must have one dominant people who are a nation.
Well, no, like they
But they
don't.
were Arabs, weren't they?
Well, they're Arabs, right? But most Palestinians talk as if Palestinian is a race. That is how a lot of Palestinians talk. They don't talk about themselves as Arabians, right? They don't talk about being Arabs. They don't do that. They talk about I'm Palestinian. You know, you can find videos of the still refugees from like 40 years ago, okay, living in like Lebanon and shit and camps, and they'll say, oh yeah, the Palestinian people, you know, they'll say I'm a Palestinian, and they don't say I'm an Arabian. They don't do that. And you know, but there is without
But no one does. No one does that. Libyans don't do that. Tunisians don't do that. Do you know what I mean? Because they're Tunisian, aren't they?
well, I mean,
Palestinians are Palestinian.
but the thing is, Palestine never existed, you know, until the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and then it became a phrase. It became a thing. I've actually read that the Ottoman Empire would punish people for trying to use the Greek, the original, what is it, Philistinian or something like that. It's not technically Palestinian, but it sounds similar, but it's Greek.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it is exactly.
Yeah, that is possible. That is very likely, actually.
And they would try to punish people for trying to have their own identity of that concept. So, in
any empire, like separatism isn't encouraged, is it?
Could you give me 2 minutes, sir? I'm not trying to run away.
Yeah, of course.
I got to go to the restroom and stuff.
All right, cool. Yeah, so let's have a quick look in the chat. I don't know if anyone wants to jump on. No one's even asking to jump on. What's going on? Bare fake accounts. What's going on with these fake accounts, people, man? Do you know what I mean? Is this how to avoid the accusation of, oh, you're different on every panel, by actually being different on every panel? So just go and get a different account for each one. Like, it's funny, I don't see these same accounts popping up on different channels, innit? Like, I'll go on like for about a couple of channels. I don't see these same accounts. So obviously you lot got one account for when you're trolling here, one account for when you're trolling there. Do you know what I mean? It's funny that. I just find it pathetic, but you know, like they say, don't hate the player, hate the game. So maybe I should start switching it up and call myself Roops. Yeah? Rupert. Big up Rupert, man. Spiritual Rupert, when you're out there, yeah, big up yourself, because you're a G, innit? Yes, Rupert. Where's the Kingo, man? A Kingo, jump on, man. See him in the chat there. Who else we got? Raheem. Why ain't Raheem jumping on? Raheem's a good panelist. Who else we got? They're made up accounts, like, can't even bother to these, like, man. Fuck's sake. Yeah, the link's there, people. If anyone wants to jump on, you get me. But it's about that time, man. We need some fresh blood. We need some fresh convo. Just waiting for this guy to come back now. Nice. Yeah, so It's a bad situation, man. Palestine. I don't know much about it really. I should look into it more, but it's really like I don't know what is the end result of this going to be? Like, how long can you persecute people? It's just crazy.
Persecution has existed and probably will always exist. The concept of
Like, it can't be happening in front of everyone, and everyone's going to sit back and let these people be exterminated. Like,
always
it just doesn't
exists by
make sense.
somebody's personal definition. I mean, the idea of, like, let's say Marxism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that there won't be persecution if you eliminate various things. Okay, like property. If you eliminate that, there won't be persecution based off property. If you eliminate eliminate social classes, there won't be persecution based off that. Now, these are all just ideas that can't be proven. But when you look at, let's say, even inside of Marxism, it's the idea that everybody's atheist, so there will be no persecution on religion because everybody has the same ideology. You get what I mean? And but it's just a ghost trail, it's just smoke. But you and somebody asked me, and maybe you agree. So you said you like it when I call you Roops. I'm just asking, what do you want to be called? So
Rupert.
that I say it correct. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm saying Roops is a affectionate term for somebody called Rupert.
Oh, okay. So Roops, so you've been talking to me directly, and I've been answering questions. Somebody in the chat wanted me to ask you something. So can I ask you?
Of course.
So he wanted me to ask you about Islam, and I think that when you brought up persecution, it would be a very good turning point, because inside of the Quran itself, it says that oppression is worse than slaughter. And that brings up the point that I just made, where it's all about interpretation or definition or self-definition, really, of what persecution is or oppression. Like,
well, you've answered it. He's asked the question
real quick, and
according to Islam, and you've given a Quranic.
Real quick. Like, one reason, the main reason I don't support banning hijabs or niqabs in public spaces is because, according to Islam, that would be a form of oppression, which would mean it's worse than slaughter. Which, in my opinion,
let me just make an announcement.
Forms of jihad.
Vellemy, if you're there, Ralph's asking for the connect, so if you can hook him up. He's in the back probably. I don't know. Let me have a look. He's in the private chat. No, he's not there. Spice is there. Yeah, Vellemy, he's asking for the link. Right Reactions asking for the link. So Vellemy, if you're there, Vel, go on. Anyway, sorry, let's continue. Go ahead.
So one of the reasons that I'm very much against banning hijabs or niqabs in public spaces is because I know the Quran and Islam.
Hold on. That is a beautiful point. I want you to hold that point, because you'll be diametrically opposed to our next guest who's coming on, and he's basically going to say the opposite of what you're now saying. So let's get him on. He's in the back. Vellemy, if you're there, Ralph's in the back. Ralph needs to come on. Well, let Ralph on. It'll be a perfect time for Ralph to come in. Vellemy, please let Ralph in. He's in the back chat. Go ahead.
This kind of proves that I'm not culturally supremacist, okay? Because I know what their culture says, which means that it's a form of oppression, and oppression is worse than slaughter. So this can form a form of jihad, okay? And because they feel oppressed, and also in public spaces, people are supposed to be able to dress how they feel, as long as they're not exposing parts of their bodies, essentially for children to not feel or ask questions that make them weird, because all adults know what a penis is. They all know what a vagina is, breast and such. But what we're really trying to do is protect the innocent as much as we can. And so, but in private spaces, they have to follow the private spaces rules. That's my opinion of it, which means, if it's a city bus and the city has declared that any person who gets on that city bus has to raise up their niqab
so religious. Hold that point. You might need to repeat it. You might need to repeat that point
real quick. Let me finish my point. So they get onto a public transportation, let's just say, and the rule is in public transportation for the safety of all individuals, so that if they have to raise up their niqab just for the camera, so that the camera can take a picture of their face, and then they lower it. That's totally different than making them ride the whole bus showing their face. Do you get what I'm saying? It's the same thing for a bank or a court or whatever.
It's a good point.
Salam.
So welcome, Ralph, to the panel.
Salam alaikum.
Please can you call me Rupert?
Oh, hello, Rupert. Good morning, Rupert.
Good morning. Good morning.
And who's our American friend? Are you a Marxist?
Why so religious? He's our atheist friend.
You asked me if I'm a Marxist. I'm a realist Marxist, which I would say right now I realize Marxism doesn't make sense, but in the future it could, because we never know what the future holds. Ideologies might change, but I don't believe that Marxism is the way that we should live.
Oh, so you're not a Marxist?
Correct.
Okay, I just thought you were a Marxist. So. Okay, you're not. Right. Okay. So
I mean, I've read all of Marx and Engels' collections, and I see their points. I see their points and their ideology. I just don't think that for this time period it makes sense, because
obviously, if you've read all of Marx and Engels, you know his fundamental four claims all turned out to be wrong, right? So.
Well, I mean, the Communist Manifesto is pretty much a historical evolution of the way the world was, right? From Pharisees all the way to feudalists to capitalism. It was more saying how the world evolved economically, and what he believes, if the trend continues, it will become. Now, Marxists, Karl Marx said that he's not a communist. That's his quote. He even admitted it.
But even just on his economic claims, obviously, by the end of World War II and the end of the recession, we could see that Marxism failed on all the four foundational claims within all volumes of Capital. Right?
And that's true.
Basically, his economic theory was just false. Right?
And that's true. And the main reason for that is because Marxism is based off, or communism, let's say communism, because Marxism is technically a step further. Would you agree with that or not?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, intellectually, Marxism has to wait for the revolution to happen. So until there is a revolution, there is no true Marxism, right?
True, but you have to go through communism to get to true quote unquote Marxism.
Yeah, which is quite nice to see that. Once you look at the main two branches of attempts, i.e., the industrial version in Leninism or the agrarian version in Maoism, given that they both failed, you get the neo-Marxists. So, they're true Marxists who believe the revolution will somehow come. And then there's neo-Marxists who think things like racism, sexism are kind of legitimate neo-Marxist world struggles, right?
Well, the main reason that communism, let's start communism, and then we can talk about Marxism, but we'll probably never get there because we'll agree with this. The main reason that Marxism will never work, at least in the next 200, 300 years, is because it is based off the concept that everybody inside of the borders of a country with the ideology of no borders has to have the same ideology, which means they're all atheists, that they all believe there's no such thing as property for the individual, that there is no such thing as being able to own a business and operate a business for capital purposes. So if we can agree with that, then we don't really need this discussion. And that's the reason I said I'm a realist
Yeah, I like the way you say that. Yeah, actually, it is good to, it's refreshing to talk to someone who's a realist and he realizes that Marxism will not realize itself, because people are never going to give up property rights or anything that goes against the state of nature. They're never going to consider a foreigner the same as their family. So all these fundamental ideas, because after all, Marx did just misunderstand and misread Hegel, right? He thought that there was a dialectic. He somehow thought that was oppressive. If someone did better than someone else, it was oppressive in the dialectic. He was obviously doesn't care about people of faith because he's a materialist. So basically, you can imagine Marxism being out of touch with, I don't know, about 80-90% of the people in the world, right?
Well,
It's
even not even that, with inside the people's borders, because true communism is a life without borders. It's one government.
absolutely.
Right,
True
across the
communism
whole
is a
world.
single world, no borders, no private
Yeah.
property,
So
no aggression
the fact is,
principle.
communism that has borders actually contradicts communism.
Oh, absolutely. So, for example, people like myself we'd rather go to war and die than ever give up borders, right?
So we both understand that we are talking about the same thing here.
Yeah. So, I
Okay,
was just
cool.
double checking. So, so it's great to know that, so in some ways it's really good. It's like having ANCAPs or anarcho syndicates. They're all great theories, but none of them actually are real. None of them will ever happen. There'll never be an anarcho capitalist state or anarcho syndicate state. There won't be a Marxist state, right?
Well,
Or they really won't survive long.
there's no such thing as a scientific economical theory. You know what I mean?
Economics is witchcraft. Right?
But I agree. I'm just saying that we have scientific theories, but we do not have scientific economical theories. That word has never been plugged in between the two words that actually proves that gravity falls at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I spent over a decade as a career in investment banking, building trading systems and stuff, and I can assure you, the mathematics of economics is a witchcraft. So therefore, it's only scientific in so much as it tries to reflect reality by models, which are constantly proven to be incorrect and upgraded.
So right reaction.
No economic models. Yeah.
So since we both agree with what we were just talking about, can we? Were you the person who he said was coming on that would disagree with the
Well, I don't know about what my
with the hijab, with the wearing of the hijab in public.
I don't know what my good friend Rupert thinks about that stuff. He probably would disagree because I'm not sure where you sit politically. I'm considered ever so slightly right wing. So.
Well, I'm definitely conservative, bro. I'm definitely conservative. I mean, I'm an American conservative, which means like if you're from like Europe, you have to consider yourself right wing to even be close to conservative by American standards.
That's not actually true, because American right wings are. So let me give you an example. So do you believe that United States is a white country and should be a white only country?
No. I believe.
Okay, so you're not even an American.
I disagree with the way that you phrased it.
Why? You don't believe America could be a country only for whites?
I don't believe any country should be a country just for ethnicity. Now, I think it is.
So why do you call it? So what exactly are you conserving?
Let me finish. I think every country has the right to decide who comes into their country, and if people come into their country illegally without the country knowing it, it's citizens being able to hold the people who came into that country accountable, then we have a big problem. And
so you're a kind of civic Nash. You believe in the American propositional nation, right? As long as someone comes in, they might be Haitian or Nigerian or Indian. As long as they follow my constitution, they become American. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
In a way, because for the most part, and let me finish, in America, we have visas, right? And these visas are supposed to be honored in the sense that some of them are work visas. Like there's plenty of Mexican people who have work visas on a daily concept where they have to walk across the border that day, and then they have to walk back that day after they get done with work. And if they don't do that, then they are legally responsible for not walking back, and they are technically illegal. And
But
then
with the
we
deepest
also have,
respect, that's not what I asked you. Though. I'm not about work visas or the H-1B. I have an American green card, for example. I'm not those. I'm talking about, do you believe a person who arrives and gets given American citizenship becomes American? Because I'm trying to work out, when you say you're a conservative, I'm trying to work out what exactly are you conserving? So what are you conserving as American citizenship?
Nobody should be given citizenship to a country just given. It should be earned.
Okay, so you'd be against. So what about all the people whose citizenships have already been given and not earned? Would you return them?
What are you saying? What is your example?
Well, you just set up a little yardstick. You said citizenship should be earned and not given, and I kind of agree with that bit. And I'm trying to work out, well, what about all the people who got citizenship without being earned that? Would you return them?
I don't.
I'm trying to work. So when you say you're an American conservative, I'm trying to map you as to what kind of
on citizenship, because as far as in America, citizenship is based off of spending money, for one. That's a big thing. Spending money. You have to take a test to show that you have at least studied American history, that you know the language at least enough to pass a test that is verbal and also written. So these are very basic.
Does this apply to people that lived there before the formation of your state, like the indigenous people?
So how
many
years?
Not even that. I'm just thinking more recently.
How many years ago you want to talk about?
But I'm just saying, when you call yourself an American conservative, I'm trying to because I've never spoken to you, mate. I'm trying to work out what precisely you're conserving, because you don't believe it's an ethnic homogenous country, and then you don't seem to believe that people who got in the civic national way should be sent back. So what exactly are you conserving? Are you Christian?
The very first concept of ethno-states was not conservative, right? Well, the first concept in modern history of an ethno-state was Nazi Germany.
No, it wasn't. It was 1648 and the 30 Years' War and the Treaty of Westphalia, which formed the first 6 nation states in the world.
Okay.
So
well,
that was in 1648 in Munster.
Put that in the back chat and I'll look it up. But as far as I know, in the modern world, I'm talking
about the modern world, 1648, right? So
okay.
Yeah, it's still modern.
So how many years do you have to go back? How many years?
Modernity, you could argue.
How many years do you have to go back to find what you think is conservatism, when actually, at least in America, right, the conservative movement was actually Republican. It was a party started, okay, by a coalition of multi-ethnic people that eventually, just in a few years, ended up taking power. And
what do you mean by that in U.S. history? Do you mean the forming part? Even if in 1776 and 1791 it was a nation formed for free white men, and prior to 1964,
look, he's cutting me off. He doesn't want to hear about true conservatism, because the fact is, it came from the first party, the Republican Party president was Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, but
is that true or wrong?
No, it's true, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to cut you off, mate. What I'm saying is, if you look at even in 1771, the key dates in U.S. history, in 1776 and then 1791, it was created as a nation for free white men. And until 1965 in the Hart-Celler Act, it was not actually open to immigration for non-whites. So the idea that you can conserve anything in America up until the 1965 Hart-Celler Act is denying the heritage of white America.
You're using dates before the actual conservatism that was bred in America, right? That was born in America.
Well, because I
gave you right a time frame, and then you went back before that time frame, and then you try to say that's what conservatism is in America. Now, what I would say, and what I started this with, was that a conservative in America is definitely what an English or a European concept of conservatism would be called far right.
No, not at all. The far right Europeans are much further right wing than. Look at you. You're not even accepting the ethnic composition. So my question to you is, what are you conserving?
You believe in segregation?
Allow me to ask you a simple question, mate. So when you say you're an American conservative and you're not conserving ethnicity, what exactly are you trying to conserve?
It's
What is the
conserving
thing
the,
you're
the constitutional
I
okay,
want
so you're
makeup of
propositional
his
nations
nation.
I want to ask you about that. So, obviously, I'm not conserving ethnicity because I am married to a Asian Chinese woman and have a half Asian Chinese, half American child, white
Just
child.
like Ralph.
If you're going to break it down to
Yeah,
ethnicity,
but I don't care your personal life
no,
circumstances.
no,
It's
sir, but you
independent of your
obviously do
philosophy.
because you're asking me about conservatism on my opinion. So obviously you do care, right?
No,
So
but what
don't
I'm
act,
saying that no,
don't
I,
act
I,
I
bro.
think they
I
shouldn't care,
apologize.
Ralph, because if you didn't care about that stuff, Ralph, that would make you a hypocrite.
No, it wouldn't. A liberal would see that as a hypocrite because they don't understand from the 4th century BC that the messenger and the message orthogonal fallacy is a fallacy in logic.
No,
You
if
might
you're
consider that it is a fallacy in logic.
if you're promoting an idea, you should live by that idea.
No,
Hey,
you
right,
don't. No, you don't.
right
Not at all.
reaction. He called you Ralph, so should I call you
Yeah,
Ralph? Is that
you can
fine?
call me Ralph if you like.
So Ralph, has the world progressed more with the
No,
intermingling of races, or has it progressed less?
less.
Less? Less?
Absolutely.
As far as medicines?
I don't believe what medicine has got to do with it.
Oh, what about searching space?
What about searching space? Most of it's done by machines.
So are you saying that the world's birth mortality rate has gotten worse or better since America has opened up race allowing intermingling?
This is
happening?
a common myth of liberalism, and it's a very common myth.
I am not a liberal at all.
Allow me, not you. Allow me to answer. This is a common myth of liberalism that somehow the modern world's progress is a consequence of liberalism, and that if a conservative world that had rejected modernity and liberalism would not have made such progress. It's just a speculation on the part of liberals.
Dude, I'm not a liberalist.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying it's a liberal. You have to take yourself out of it, right? Like I did. It's a liberal proposition. I'm not saying you are a liberal. I'm saying you're making the liberal proposition case. Whether you're not a liberal or not is irrelevant. It's the case you're making. The case you're making is fundamentally the liberal case. A progress.
Why don't you argue with the case instead of discrediting it with the it's a liberal argument? Like why?
Because it is a liberal argument.
Saying instead of attacking.
Tell me how it's a liberal argument.
But I'm discrediting it because I'm saying the liberals are making
the
case.
say liberal.
Explain this liberal argument to me, please.
I've not used the word fascist yet, mate. That's you.
It's written in your icon. So you don't have to. You carry it around with you. So my point, though, is that the case made intellectually in modernity is that if you imagine the world that had branched two different ways at 3 or 4 key junctures, 1642, 1945, liberals make the case that all the progress you see is because of liberalism. Whereas 2,000 years of European history made all that progress of the greatest achievements of European civilization without liberalism. So it's only a liberal proposition that this will not have happened without liberalism.
So let me give you an example.
It's called the liberal speculative
can I give you an example of
liberalism? I wanted your definition of liberalism, so then we can start from there. Because if you're just saying something is liberal, I need to know the basis.
Sure, liberalism intellectually comes from Locke and Hume and the English liberals, followed closely by the French liberals, who put the autonomy of the individual before the collective, as enshrined in the letters of Locke, the letters of Hume. Right. So it's a liberal English liberalism. Then comes French liberalism.
Let me answer this fascist real quick. I want to say that I have read Locke and Hume, but a lot of the people in this chat have not. So I want you to not just quote people as saying that that's their philosophy that you have adapted. I want you to explain what your philosophy is of liberalism.
My philosophy. I'm not. You want me to explain liberal philosophy? Because I'm not a liberal. I'm illiberal. You can call me vehemently anti-liberal. So I'm illiberal, but I can explain liberalism. But I'm not a liberal. So which do you want me to explain, me or me to explain liberalism?
Ralph, just like how I explained Marxism and communism to you, and then you understood what I meant, and most of the chat did. Explain.
Okay, I get you. Sure. So liberalism shows up when it's very easy. If you draw a demarcation line of philosophy and history and politics, and you turn to the 15th and 16th century, the age of faith is questioned by the age of reason. We call this the birthplace of modernity, i.e., the Enlightenment. And in that principle, the age of faith is replaced by the age of reason, and therefore, because it is a human being doing the reason, from reason I get individualism, and of its 8 offset branches, one of them I get is that liberalism says I, as a human being, will put my individual rights and my reason and experience as supreme over the world and over the collection of society. That's the intellectual map of liberalism.
So I don't do that. If you've
I'm not
watched
saying you do, mate. I'm just saying liberals do.
No, but you're trying to say that I'm not conservative. So
No, but you didn't answer a simple question. What are you conserving?
No, listen to me.
But you didn't answer a simple question, mate. Without the long speech, what are you conserving?
If anybody has ever listened to me, they know that, and you're trying to say the individual. I follow the law of the land. And
so that's wonderful.
And in America,
my simple question is, what are you conserving, mate?
In America, if I don't agree with the law of the city, I move outside of the city. If I don't agree with the law of the county, I move outside the county.
Sure, okay.
If I don't agree with the law of the state, then I move outside the state.
I hear you. The long-winded answer is you're invoking your rights for freedom of association. But my question to you still is a simple question. It's the 6th time I'm asking you.
I've never associated with anybody.
No, but that's why in your long-winded way you express freedom of association.
I didn't associate with anybody.
My question to you still remains, at the 7th time I'm trying to ask, and a simple short answer would be stunning. What exactly are you conserving when you say you are a conservative?
I'm conserving the right to life, because
the right to liberals, liberal ideas.
All cells are living, which means that a baby who is born at the moment of conception, their life has been determined, everything from their eye color, their height, their 10 fingers, 10 toes, maybe yes or maybe no. Okay, I'm conserving that. I believe.
So so just to give a simple answer for the audience, you're saying your answer is I'm conserving rights of XXX. You understand rights, conserving rights is a liberal idea, not a conservative idea, right? You understand that intellectually. If I say, what are you conserving? I say the right to freedom, the right to a house, the right. When I say any of my answer says the rights of XYZ, I'm using liberal ontologies. I'm not using. Let me give you an example. Muslims would disagree with you. Muslims would disagree with you. Christians would disagree with you.
You know what, Ralph? You know what? Ralph, you could literally hear an argument and say that's a liberal thing, let's ban it. Like opening the pubs till like all hours is a liberal thing. You would before that. So why are you just disclassifying things as liberal and it must be ignored or just be seen as a stupid idea? Just attack the idea without being like, oh, that's a liberal idea. How dare it be an idea because it's liberal.
That just brings up a good point.
So ridiculous and stupid.
Right,
okay, but your labels. Hang on, Dave, right there. Your labels, notwithstanding, because you just use labels to attack someone using labels, and your icon as a label. So let's park you for a second. But to the wise or religious guy, again, my answer is so. Let me give you an opposite answer. For example, if I was an American conservative and I wanted to answer what am I conserving, I'd say the ethnic stock of the white Americans. That's a conservative answer.
Wait, what? So give me a list of what conservative is in your opinion.
Yeah, 3 moral.
You identified yourself as a conservative. You should be able to give a coherent explanation.
Give me a single conservative of the 3 moral axes for conservatism as opposed to liberalism.
I don't believe in morality.
But you don't have to believe it; it just exists.
So you're amoral.
No, I don't have to believe it. I just have to accept. So there's the premise. Wait, real quick.
Let me give you a little lightning fire test. So here's you're an American, right?
It's not a left-wing invention, Ralph.
So let me give you a conservative test, bro. Would you shoot someone who burns the American flag? Simple question. Yes, no.
I don't have the right to shoot somebody because of America.
So again, you went to
now, if they throw the flag on me and it's burning, I have every right to shoot them, right?
You're not a conservative, but you're not a conservative.
So wait,
you're about as conservative as me. I'm not a conservative either.
Hold on, Ralph, answer that question. Would you shoot someone for burning a flag?
Yes.
Would you shoot someone for burning the Indian flag?
All flags.
All flags.
Nation. Yeah,
Okay,
the
so
No,
if
you're
I
lying. Would you,
go to Speaker's
Ralph? Would you
Corner
shoot
on
someone
Sunday,
That is
for
the
burning
most
the BLM flag?
ridiculous.
Ralph,
That's like
if
one of the
I
most
go to
no,
Speaker's
the
ridiculous
flag of
Corner
a
things
on
I've ever
nation.
Sunday
heard, bro.
and burn an EU flag, will you assault
Just
me?
like,
Dude, this conversation could go on forever. What would you shoot somebody for? Hey, Ralph.
well, no, you know what? You know what?
Ralph's got a list. Ralph's actually got a list.
You know why I answer a farcical question? Because it's a litmus test at the extreme. It's a test designed to absurdity, to test whether your principles were liberal or conservative. And your answer was
Technically, that's
literally,
anarchy,
but hang
bro.
on a second, don't interrupt. Your answer literally was, I don't have the right to ... Your answer was
Technically,
trying
that's
with liberal
anarchy.
apology.
What you're talking about is anarchy when
No,
you
I'm
can.
talking about absolute
No,
order.
no, you're talking about
Absolute
no
order.
rulers. You're talking
Absolute
about
order.
no ruler, where you are not
No,
held
not at all.
accountable. You are not held accountable for your actions until
No, but
somebody
okay.
else outside of the government holds you
Yeah.
accountable for your actions. That's
Okay,
called
so
anarchy.
noticing because I've
No,
assumed I
that's
don't want
called
authoritative central command, which I
So
do.
you
I told
believe,
you I'm not
Ralph,
liberal.
you believe, Ralph, that there should be a law in whatever country that you live in that says if you burn any flag, even a flag made up, it's not even a real fucking country,
Well, you're
that
kind of right off
you
the
should
beginning.
be able to
What
shoot
you mean, like America?
If you live in a nation and you burn the nation's flag and you don't believe you should be punished,
He didn't
then I'll
ask you
tell you.
that. Fascist
Yeah,
beware
he-
didn't ask you
he-
that.
No, but
Changing what you said,
Rhonda,
Ralph.
you can't claim to be a conservative.
He didn't ask you that. Actually, I can in America because the freedom of speech, right? The First Amendment. We
Again,
are
freedom,
allowed.
rights.
We are allowed to have certain inalienable rights. Is that is the fundamental of conservatism?
Correct.
I think we should move on. I think we've established that you're not a
That's the
conservative
fundamental.
in the
That's the
conventional
fundamental that Jefferson
Ralph
sense
is
of
actually an
the
anarchist.
term.
He's not. He's actually not a
Great.
We're not
conservative.
trying.
He's
We're
an
not trying to
anarchist.
I think he
identify.
actually misspoke just then, and now he's refusing to admit it.
I'm
What
really
he would,
not.
what Ralph would say is that if someone burnt the flag, a policeman is okay to shoot you, not him
Punish
himself.
you. The idea here is that if you guys have not got your brain around this test, you're performing thought experiments to check.
No,
your
Ralph,
credentials.
I've got
Allow
my
me to
brain on,
finish.
and I
Allow me to
will
finish.
correct.
Allow
I will
me to
correct
finish,
when you
because you're just going
misspeak.
to come in and
So
talk about it.
I'll
Take
correct
turns.
when you
He
misspeak.
said
because
fascist
I know you're
Indian
better
flag.
than
can
me,
actually
so.
hear us
Fascist
if you
said
speak
Indian
over each
flag. I don't know if you're from India, but he
Yeah,
asked you.
man, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then
So
what about
yeah,
the
so in India,
Pakistani
for
flag?
example, if in India you go and try and burn the Indian flag, good luck to making it to the evening. In
Ralph,
England, if you do so, in America, if you wear white poppy, you're allowed to get under it because of liberalism. And again, you
No,
haven't given me a single thing that
actually,
tells me
you're
you're
an
conservative.
anarchist, bro. Because
I'm
you
really
never
not. Do you
said
understand the
you
political
never said
compass?
that
Where's
the government
anarchy in the
has
political
any
compass?
influence on this.
Where?
No offense to Wiseau, but I think Ralph, you've made your point. Ralph, I think you made your point. There's no point flogging a dead horse. That he's not a conservative in a conventional sense of the word. Like, you know, he's not a conservative by our standards. So, like, let's move on, innit?
Yeah, you're right, Rupert. Yeah. But anyway,
Yeah, he's not a conservative. So,
yeah, I have a question for you. So, what do you think about Black Lives Matter? Do you believe White Lives Matter?
What are you asking me, or are you asking Wiseau?
I was asking
Bruce, you're asking me. Yeah, I'm with the Black Lives Matter thing, man. Oh, but Wiseau.
What about White Lives Matter, mate? I mean, what do you think about White Lives?
Someone take a picture of this brown guy. That is the irony. The irony.
You gotta admit that's hilarious, bro.
That is brilliant.
You walked right into that, Roots. You walked right into that, dude. He set up that whole conversation just so he could put a fucking t-shirt on.
I had the t-shirt on before you showed up.
Can you, Adam and Eve?
Yeah, we're going to go troll some of the major left wing.
Rahim, welcome
might
to
go
the
down
panel.
as like the best troll in history, bro. It took like 30 minutes to build up to do you support this? What about this, bro?
I love it how it takes him to be on his own balcony, to be all like brave and like, oh, look at me doing this. But when he's in fucking Ipswich, he has to wait. He has to wait for the protest to go away before he gets his little laminated all White Lives Matter sign out. It's just so.
Imagine him wearing
Just
that
appreciate the
t-shirt.
troll right there, dude. That was the ultimate troll, bro.
Lister, imagine him walking, wearing that t-shirt in Tesco's, and someone coming up to him and going, "You fucking taking the piss, mate!"
I dare you.
And then chinning him. That would be the irony of
Ralph,
it.
does
I
say,
dare you to walk around for 4
does
hours.
say something
Wear
that you
that
can
round
walk
Walthamstow.
around.
Go shopping, do everything.
Yeah.
Hey,
Not
hey,
put a
but
coat on
here's the
at
point. Here's
all.
the point
See what
that
happens,
you just.
Ralph. I
Here's
dare
the
you.
point
I
that you
bet you
just
have
made
the balls.
in a weird way.
You would get
Here's
knocked
the
the
point
fuck
that you
out
just
wearing
made.
that on the roads.
Hey, dog. Roops.
By
Here's
white
the point that
people.
you
By
just
white
made.
Safety
people.
in
Here's
his
the
own fucking
Roops.
balcony. Look at him, all
Fascist.
big and hard.
Roops and fascists. Here's the point that y'all just made without even noticing it. No, here's the point that y'all just made without even noticing it. You're saying that he shouldn't walk around. If he walked around in a certain area wearing that shirt, that would be dangerous. But chances
No,
are,
I'm saying it would be seen as a mockery. It would be seen as a mockery because he's not white.
So any white guy wearing Black Lives Matter is subject to the same thing, right?
But Ralph,
No,
you're
definitely not.
British.
Well,
Ralph, stop
any
laughing
white
as an
guys on
Indian
the
man.
BLM,
You're
any white guys on
75%
the BLM,
British, aren't you?
and Roops, any white guys, non-black guys like you on the BLM march, are they subject to the same rules?
I would proudly wear a BLM t-shirt.
There you
proudly.
go, bro. But you're not black, so you must be.
But would you ever feel unsafe going to an area wearing that?
I either, yeah.
Roops, would you ever feel unsafe wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt in an area? Because there are places that you can't even like. If you walked around wearing the shirt that says White Lives Matter, you definitely are not safe. Because if you look in America, especially, you wear a MAGA hat, you can get your ass beat, or maybe.
I know, bro. And isn't this the hypocrisy that they want?
Yeah, no. I just think it's a good point that was just brought up.
So today we're going to go test this on some of the most elite left-wing organizations in London. One of our squadrons are heading out with our White Lives Matter. Let's see how inclusive people
I feel like we got off of the point that was originally mentioned.
I want to see how many black and non-white people go.
Roops was saying that Ralph was coming on and that he was against me on the concept of the hijab and the niqab, and then we totally got sidetracked talking about communism, and we started talking about communism, Marxism, and then we started talking about conservatism and everything. But I thought that was the original conversation.
So on that question, are you Muslim by any chance now?
No, I'm not a Muslim, but I'm very near a sheikh.
Yeah, Ralph.
But I think then you have no position as a non-Muslim to tell the Muslim people under the words of Allah, hang a second, from Muhammad. You have no way to tell he moved this kind of clown.
But I'm damn near a sheikh, bro.
Anyway, as a non-Muslim, to tell Muslims what they should and shouldn't do when the Prophet by revelation has told the Muslims. Yeah.
Hey, Ralphie.
The only reason I'm not a sheikh is because I don't know Arabic. I'm learning,
You don't know Arabic. That's funny, man. So, but why? So, what do you
y'all will be calling me Mufti Wasa religious. Believe that.
So are you
I've got a question for Ralph. Hey, Ralph, if you believe that all flags should be burned, should we burn the ISIS flag?
The ISIS flag.
You believe all should be shot rather for burning flags? Should people who burn the ISIS flag be shot?
The enemies of ISIS would want that, but
that's what I asked.
Muslims who are devout.
That's what I asked.
But Muslims who are devout and pure are falling in the way of
Ralph,
the Prophet.
I asked what you believe, not Muslims. I'm not asking about them. I'm asking about your opinion, Ralph.
Yeah, I'm giving you my opinion, but you seem to have trouble listening.
No, because what you're doing is you're comparing.
So, do you want my opinion?
Brown man in the ring.
You don't want an opinion. You just want to make noise like that black.
No. I'm asking your opinion, not what Muslims.
Cotton socks. I agree. Greek yogurt with honey is fucking delicious.
Don't you want to shut up and listen to the answer? Or do you like to ask it?
All right, go on then.
That's the only yogurt that my wife.
Give me your non-answer. Go on. Go ahead. I'll mute up for you. Go on, Sunshine.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you believe in the words of the Prophet and you are following the true deen all the way to the piety that makes you support ISIS, for example, then you have the right to parade your flag, and only the kuffar and the enemies of ISIS have the right to take it down. Because ISIS flags are not national flags, because after all, the Ummah knows no understanding of national borders. It's only Allah's will manifesting itself upon the world. Only if you're an enemy of ISIS and the will of Allah and against the Ummah, can you go for their flag. That's the answer.
So, Ralph, again, the question: do you believe that
Mashallah.
a shot for burning the ISIS flag? Because that was the biggest, longest non-answer I've ever heard.
Oh,
You
wow.
personally, do you think it's acceptable to shoot someone for burning the ISIS flag? Yes or no?
In England?
Yeah, we'll go with in England.
No.
So they shouldn't be shot.
It's not an English flag.
So they shouldn't be shot, or they should be shot. Which one?
They shouldn't be shot because this is England and not under the Caliph, because England and the West has repelled 104 caliphs in the history of Islam. But if you were in the Caliphate and you burnt the ISIS flag, mashallah, good luck to you. Do you understand the answer? It's very complicated.
Because you're dancing around and prancing around the bush.
No, I'm not. It's just your mind
or not. You agree with shooting the thing. So you're trying to say that it doesn't matter if it's a nation or not. You acceptable to leave the flag alone.
No, let me try the same answer the third time, and let's see if your mind can stop.
No, how about you actually answer the question, Ralpesh?
You have to focus your mind, isn't it? You have a high time focusing on the answer. Same answer I'm giving you can replay it once more. The answer depends who
No.
Give
me the same answer. Give me a genuine, sincere answer from your brain, not what your.
I'm repeating. People will notice I'm repeating.
Answer the actual question.
It was the African speaking.
Would you, Ralph, burn a flag that belongs to ISIS? Yes or no? And then believe that you should be shot for it.
The answer for me in England, no. In the Caliph, yes. Do you understand that?
If you were in the Islamic,
right,
you would accept your fate of being shot for burning that flag.
Under the Caliph.
Basically, he's saying
the Caliphate would do that to you anyway.
Should be observed.
Absolutely.
Whether you accept it or not, the Caliphate would kill you if you burn their flag in front of them.
100% agree with you, Banksy.
Absolutely.
It don't matter where you are. The Caliphate will try to kill you.
No. It's the fact. I know. I mean, obviously, the Islamic states are just insane. But what I mean is that if you were in the Islamic State and you tried to burn their flag, they would kill you. Correct. Now, why should British or the Americans or anyway the Belgium, the French accept their flag being burnt in their country in front of them?
Because they're proudly liberal.
Well, there you go. Then that's what Ralph is trying to change.
Banksy, mashallah. Mashallah.
Not that I agree with him trying to change it, but what I am saying is that is exactly his point. Is he is trying to turn this country into a conservative nation in which you would get your ass handed to you if you burn the British flag.
Amen to that, brother.
Well, I'm about to get off here. I appreciate Vellemy for letting me on.
All right, man. Why so?
And,
kiss the baby from
I'll
us,
just
man.
say real quick.
Have a nice day, man.
I'll just say real quick. In modern history, the people that hold the opinions of Ralph over there are the Nazis. They are the ones.
You know what
they are the ones who would say.
No, Ralph is much more far right than that.
They were an ethno-state. They were an ethno-state.
Ralph, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer with your catchphrase. Ralph, are you a Nazi?
No. I think the Nazis failed to deliver on the mission.
No, your catchphrase. I'm much more far right than that.
But for why so religious is quite interesting, isn't it? Because you know what Godwin's law is? Have you ever Googled Godwin's law? It says, given the length of time for an internet discussion, at some point the loser will call another person a Nazi.
Well, I don't really throw that around, but what I'm doing is throwing around your ideology, which is similar to the Nazis, in the sense that you support an ethno-state and you think that's conservative, but they were socialists. You support imprisoning or even killing people for expressing themselves against the country that they live in, which is the Nazi propaganda. And you call it conservatism, and then you don't want me continue why I'm giving you reasons why I threw that out there, and I'm not calling you a Nazi without justification.
I'm just trying to help you in your. Think of it as a teachable moment.
You believe in the ethno-state, bro. That is the definition.
You know how many countries of the 200 countries in the world are ethno-states right now? Let's check your data. Of the 200 countries in the world, do you know how many countries are ethno-states right now? Is Pakistan an ethno-state?
I'm not talking about how many countries are currently. I'm talking about you propagating the concept. Okay, there's a difference. There's a difference from talking about ethno-states that are homogeneous and what you are propagating.
When you talk over people, mate. Short talk in England, you're talking to Brits now, aren't you, mate?
You are doing a red herring right now, bro. You are doing a complete red herring, dude. This is beyond maroon to flaming red, bro.
I'll ask you a simple question. How many countries in the world are ethno-states? And do you know the answer? There's no shame in not knowing the answer. Do you know the answer? How many of the 200 countries in the world are ethno-states?
We could guess how many are homogeneous.
Do you know it's a numerical answer, bro? It's pretty simple. Why do you need paragraphs? You can say, I don't know that.
Using the word homogeneous when you're talking. You're just saying ethno-state.
What's this with homogeneous and stuff? It's a simple question, mate. You can say, I don't know. There's no shame.
Right. Can you allow somebody to speak, Ralph? Because you're trying to say that real quick, you try to even use an internet, Ralph. You even try to use an internet philosophical debate, saying that, oh well, if somebody disagrees, they call them a Nazi. I don't throw that out there because I get called a racist constantly, even though I'm not. You know, I don't support segregation, which you obviously do.
Yeah. I don't think you're racist. I think you're a Yankee. I think you're a Yankee. You just think that you're basically a supremacist, but you're not basing it on race or ethnicity. You're just basing it on a history, an American history. Yeah. So you're a Yankee, really. That's what you are.
It's an American liberal. Liberals who think they're Republicans, so they think that makes them conservative. But strictly speaking, they're just any good Muslim, any good European conservative would think of them as a liberal.
Here's a fact, though, in modern history that we know that can be confirmed through bodies that have been murdered and historical figures that can be quoted.
So
Ralph
how many people died like communists?
is supporting the socialist movement as the Nazis in Germany, which was the Socialist Party of the Deutschland. That is a fucking fact.
I reject all of them. I reject all of them. I'm post-fascist.
Oh, you reject them now? You reject them now?
I reject them as soon as my brain started functioning. My question is, do you know if more people
No, Ralph, let me ask you. I'm trying
to ask you a
why
question,
do you reject them? Why do you reject them when they believed in an ethno-state?
What you do, this is the American thing. You speak and then you ask a question before the other person gets to answer. You start speaking again. It's very American.
Okay, congratulations. So I'm an American. We have figured that out. I'm an American.
You're doing it right now. You see, you'd like to keep talking. No, take turns. It's a civilized thing to do.
How many turns have you given, Ralph? How many turns have you given since you've been on this panel, bro?
See what I mean, bro? There you go again. So let me ask you one by one. Simple question, mate. Again, simple question. Did more people die under fascism or communism? Do you know?
So fascism was pretty much that's a false comparison. That's a false comparison because Italy was the fascist country, right? Italy. How many more countries of fascism can you name, sir?
Again, my question. You have this habit of not listening or answering.
No, because your question is a false dichotomy. Do you know the definition of a false dichotomy?
You said, "Hey, I want to count all the dead bodies," and I'm like, okay,
Ralph,
what's wrong with this?
Do you know the definition of a false dichotomy?
I do. I'm a computer scientist.
Okay, so how many other countries? How many other countries have been fascist? How many other countries have been fascist?
Are you still to every time I ask you a question?
How many countries have been communist as opposed to how many countries have been?
What difference does it make? What's your point? What difference does it make?
American guy to like the fucking water and he can't drink or think. Return to the question first. Did more people die under communism, fascism? Simple
false dichotomy. How many countries have been communist? How many countries have been fascist? And what's their populations, bro? What's their populations, bro? You realize that Mussolini was a socialist? You realize that?
Yes, we know that.
He used to run in the socialist No, you realize that Mussolini was in the Socialist Party before he started fascism, right?
Yeah. My point is,
He
again,
negated that. Did y'all hear that? He negated that. No. That's a
Yeah,
fucking fact.
because
Look
you
it
need,
up.
because I'm getting into trigger because you can't answer simple questions. Ask you how many countries are ethnics you don't know. Ask you did people die under communist fascism? It's a false dichotomy. Can you just answer simple questions with simple English? Or is that some kind of thing that maybe you don't like?
Can you make the question where it's not a false dichotomy?
You don't get
simple English?
Is this some kind of crazy thing in your head that tells you it's a false dichotomy or something? It's a simple question, mate.
Define what a false dichotomy is, and then tell me if I'm creating.
If you went to Google and typed in number of people dead by communism,
Tell me what a false dichotomy is, and then tell me if I'm wrong in saying that you're making.
It's dichotomy.
Dichotomy.
Who is this creature, by the way? It's
Ralph, give me the definition.
We're trying to work that out.
And tell me if you're making one or not.
I'm not making a false choice of what.
So give me the definition.
What do you mean the definition of false dichotomy is where the choice is not a real choice, right?
No. That's the reason the word die is in there, right?
Correct.
It means two.
I do.
Okay. So then that just eliminated your definition.
No, it didn't. So let me ask you this: Can you prove
that there's two
different
reasonings?
Yes, but
right?
It's a simple thing. If I counted the number of bodies under one choice, the other, you're saying it's not a real choice. I'm asking you.
I never said that.
I'm saying, can you just answer the simple question?
People love trying to misrepresent what I say, dude.
Do you ever answer simple questions?
Ralph, here's the point.
Are you capable of answering simple
fascism was born under a newly formed country after the Ottoman Empire fell. And inside of this country, it was formed essentially as an ideology from a group of people headed by Mussolini. Now, Mussolini used to be a socialist. He actually was a part of the party and fought for the socialists for many years. And then he turned, but this is the whole point. Listen, I'm getting to the main point. Mussolini eventually became a fascist, which was to convert into nationalism. Okay, but what his policies was not a conservative policy. He allowed various religions to take over the government. Okay, various, not just one. A lot of people think that, but it was not just one. And also, you're comparing. Let me finish real quick, and then I'll let you speak, and then I'm going to get off. And this is why it's a dichotomy. You're comparing communism, which has been enforced in multiple countries with billions of people, literally billions. Okay, to a concept of ideology that only existed for 40 fucking years, bro, under millions of people. And you're asking which ones died? Why don't you ask about the per capita of which ones died, or the percentage of the people who died?
You call this quick, bro? You're just talking and talk like you like the sound of your voice.
Did you hear any point that I made?
He didn't. My point is simple. Can you answer yes or no? Do you know the difference in number of deaths? Yes or no?
Do you know the percentage per capita?
Oh, what are you talking about? Percentage per capita? Do you know the answer? Look, this is the fourth time I'm asking this
question.
I thought you said you were going to go. I think now's a great time to go, bro. I think you've kind of like run out of facts that you can actually give people. You don't know how many countries are ethnic states. You don't know how many people died under communism.
How many countries have been fascist?
Not many.
Okay, how many countries have been communist? How many countries have been communist, and what's the population difference?
Does that make it better?
You don't get to answer any more questions. You answer my
question. That's what we're trying to work out, Dave, man. You know what I mean? He's not going one way or the other. He's walking the fence.
I'm off for real.
He's sitting on the fence, man. Come on, man. I'm dying to know what you really think. Come and tell us.
Ralph's such an idiot. He doesn't know how many fascist
I gotta go do some real.
Can't even put a number on it. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, so we're off here. Today's White Lives Matter, guys. You'll see us in the BBC and the Guardian. I hope you guys all tune in because letting us know if Black Lives Matter. Yeah. Bye, boys. Peace out. Enjoy the yank.
What is he run off?
He's
He's left us in the shit.
He ran
He's
off
left us
before
in the
me,
shit.
and I even have to get off. It's like fucking 5, 6 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. But the reason I just want to explain to people, he did make a dichotomy, like a false dichotomy, because he's trying to compare how many people died to fascism when it was based off of one fucking country that was just formed after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And then he's trying to compare it to various countries that have included communism, such as Russia, China, Korea. Countries, some of them still to this day have people dying, okay, by famine, land reforms, and stuff like that. And he's trying to say, well, which one has killed more? Well, what the fuck do you think has killed more, dude?
But the thing is, no one ever counts up the deaths due to capitalism. Like, no one's ever done that. So when we have these communism has killed this many people, no one's ever counted how many capitalism is responsible for, through long working hours, through carcinogens being sold as if they're safe.
But also capitalism has provided.
That's a good point.
Capitalism has provided cures for diseases. It is
but socialism has done that. Like, hospitals are largely socialist. When's the last time that socialism, a socialist country, self-declared socialist country, has provided various treatments for ailments such as leukemia, for cancers?
Why do you have to list the illnesses? Just let him answer.
I'll give you an example.
When's the last time?
Why so religious?
He's answering you.
Cuba is the biggest exporter of nurses in the world during times of crisis.
Yeah, but that's not cures for diseases, is it?
They save lives.
No, but they do have cures for. No, they do have treatments for cancer in Cuba, like sharp cartilage treatment. That's known to be like one of the best, and people go to Cuba to get treated for cancer.
You believing that a country that hasn't built a car ever and only has cars imported since the 1950s and 40s is creating medical records.
You're changing the goalposts now.
No. What I'm trying to do is I'm asking you. No, I'm not. I'm not. Beware of fascists. I'm not trying to change.
Now you're talking about they also have to be able to build a car as well as save people.
What I'm asking you is, do you believe it? What I'm asking you is, do you believe it?
You don't look to Cuba for their advancements, do you?
I'm asking you, do you believe that a country,
when it comes to healthcare,
a country that hasn't even built an engine for a car and hasn't had a car imported for over 60 years is somehow creating these medical miracles for people?
So you're saying that because they can't build cars, they can't do anything else.
No,
so when it comes to sport, their athletes are the best.
I'm giving
when
you
it
a
comes
comparison.
to medicine, their healthcare is second to none. So you've been proved wrong. You're just showing your own ignorance. Like we're all sitting here in England. We're all sitting here in England, and we're well aware.
We had a good conversation before multiple people get in on here, and then all of a sudden I'm ignorant. Typical.
You are being ignorant, though.
Hold on. It's not that they can't build cars. It's that they've been on the receiving end of embargoes for the.
So they're on embargoes, and that's what I was leading you into, dude. You took the bait. So they've been in embargoes. They've been in embargoes.
You're telling me
you're such a Yankee.
I baited you
They
into
can't even
this.
import a car, and it's
He loves America so much, he's just going to hate Cuba just for the sake of it being Cuba. You can't even say anything good about Cuba. He's just going to be against
I
it.
can't say things good about Cuba.
because he's an American.
They allegedly have a 99% literacy rate, and I love that. That's great. That's higher than America. So I'm not just being biased. But
You just proved your own argument then.
What I'm bringing up to you is, if
They
you
can't build cars, but they're literate.
really believe that this country, Cuba, which because they've been on an embargo, like you said, embargo, and that's what I was trying to get to you at. How are they creating these miracle drugs? Because they only have certain, let's say, plants. Even if we want to look at plants, if they only have certain elements that they
I
can
know where you're
use.
going to go. Can I answer you, please? So there's plenty of hidden knowledge in of plant and health knowledge.
Ancient remedies. I love ancient remedies.
Hold on, listen. So there's people who've gone into like rainforests with like ailments that they've had for years, and
ancient remedies.
All sorts of medical doctors and they can't get rid of it. All of a sudden, they go to the shaman, and it's like, oh, I can sort that out. He goes hunting in the woods for like a day, and
are they using cauldrons and potions?
And then he clears up this ailment. So don't tell me.
Okay, guys, why so religious? Why so religious? Hold on.
And he says a shitload of money.
Guys, why so religious? Hold on.
He's answering you.
No. The thing is,
religious, please.
No. But hold on. Lister never really answered your question anyway. When you asked him what drugs have Cuba produced, he said Cuba sends nurses around the world. He's not answered your question in the first place. He's just diverted.
You're not giving him a chance to think, though. Not giving him a chance to even think.
He gave me such a small goal. Oh, Cuba have to have made a drug to be successul. No,
but you shifted. You never answered the first question. You shifted the post, and you just went to nurses. Cuba is producing nurses, not drugs.
Which means they are number one at that. Which means they are number one at saving lives due to the number of nurses they have.
Are you aware?
That wasn't the question.
1 minute, Banksy. Are you aware of the treatment for cancer that Cuba is at the forefront for, based on shock cartilage?
Yeah, but if someone asks me, what drugs has Brazil produced to cure cancer, and I say, they produce some of the greatest footballers on the planet. They have produced more footballers than anyone else that was a World Cup winner. What the fuck is that got to do with anything?
But you're not listening. But you're not listening.
I'm not an expert. I brought up the nurse.
I'm telling you. It's called shock cartilage treatment. It's for cancer. They treat cancer patients in Cuba using shark cartilage. But you want to hear xylophone or some Latin name for a product that's a medicine in tablet form. What do you mean? There's sharks in there? There's sharks swimming around.
Well, they can't get cars. They can't do this. They can't do that because they're under embargo. So Cuba has all these magical chemicals and elements that are just born on fucking Cuba, and then they have them and they can cure cancer.
Okay, cool. So let's look at America.
They can treat cancer with shark cartilage.
America, shall we? Let's look at America and the world's policemen. They can't even police the fucking
Now we're talking about policemen. Look at moving the goalposts and not talking about
that's not the same conversation, bro.
No, but it's just dumb. Like, I'm not even trying to big up Cuba. I'm just trying to say, hey, Cuba are good at some things. They might not be good at others, but let's acknowledge the fact that
they're embargoed. How are they coming up with these medical drugs when anything that they can have is just based off of what their little small island can produce?
Yeah, they probably have shit that we might need. But
they have shamans. You were talking about a person who goes to the fucking jungle, goes and goes.
Rainforest.
You're talking about a person going to a rainforest and seeing a person that has a cauldron and a couple of potions and says, "Call me in the morning, bro."
The only thing Cuba can't get is American products.
I have a problem.
They can get stuff from. I guarantee you, they got everything apart from your shit. So it's probably better for them.
Yeah, fucking you come from the country that puts bleach in chicken.
Exactly.
So we're not going to talk about this
Let's not start with Twinkies, yeah? We all know about Twinkies.
The most obese country in the world, and it's like, oh, look at us.
Next thing you're going to tell me is that North Korea has the gauntlet for living immortality.
Yeah, North Korea's got the best democracy in the world, yeah.
Congratulations! I'm sure you actually believe that.
So listen, do you think we could ever create an
1
society?
99%.
What South American country? Sorry. Go ahead. Thing.
No, go on.
I was going to say, what South American country recently put out a drink that they were saying helps prevent COVID? There was a drink that they made, like using herbs and whatever from the rainforest.
And so the richest countries in the world. So okay, let's just use what he just said. if this white supremacy capitalism concept has really developed the world and taken it over, why hasn't that concoction been shipped out and dominated by all the richest and most imperialistic colonizing
That's like me asking
countries?
you,
I
why
know,
does
I'm
England
asking
still give
that
out
would be the evidence
chemotherapy
That would
for
be the
cancer when
evidence
it hasn't been
right?
proven to even work? If you know about chemotherapy, we're paying for
That would be the
chemotherapy on the
evidence for it,
NHS,
though, right?
and it's never been proven to be better than any other treatment.
The point
So there
is,
is inherent corruptness in the NHS. Yeah, do
the
you
point
understand that?
is, if it's true, and most people believe that this concept of capitalism has dominated various cultures and white supremacy dominates for their own concepts, then whatever you're saying would be the evidence in modern times that, hey, this country, Brazil, has came up with this.
See, this is what I mean about your supremacy. Just because someone's not licking American arse, you just go mad.
No, look, guys.
Let me answer. Like, so,
put your money.
Hold on. Capitalists don't have to completely mass produce their product and sell it to the whole world. That's not what capitalists
But
do.
that's what capitalism is based off of.
Oh no, that's what. Yeah, okay, but that's not what
guys.
You know, hold on. Let me just explain, please, because this is a really important point. Capitalists, once they realize that they have a monopoly on the market, what they don't do is mass produce their product. What they do is they limit the release of it, and they hike up the price so that they.
But where is this product that's being limited? Is the question.
The most amount of money. So if they make their product exclusive, they can charge more for it and make more money for it.
Hey, I never disagreed with that.
There are absolutely.
Ellie, thank you for letting me come onto your channel. I have to get off here. It's fucking really
Hold
late.
on 1 second. Lister, look, I agree with you. There are nefarious companies that do nefarious things to make more money, and that's the nature of capitalism, whether you like it or not. But I'm here to say, put your money where your mouth is. I have £50 bet. Which country will produce the vaccine for the coronavirus? A communist country or a capitalist country? I have 50 quid on the table right now. I will PayPal you if I lose.
Can you not hear me or what? Banksy, even if every country came up with its own independent solution to that problem, which one would get pushed to the forefront? Which one would be backed financially? It's Johnson and Johnson, mate. They're going to be the ones doing it.
Look, I'm just saying, which country do you think, if you were a betting man, and I have a bet for you right now, I'll bet you that I'm betting that the country that the vaccine will come out of will be a capitalist nation. Are you willing to take that bet to say it will be from a socialist nation?
I think you've got more.
Do you believe in your socialism?
No, I don't believe in anything, mate. Like, I think that I believe.
That's an interesting thing what he's saying. Like, obviously, there is positives to capitalism.
I believe in a mixed society. I think that a socialist country could do it, and I think a capitalist country could do it. Just in the same way that it was a socialist policy.
So are you taking the bet?
It was a government agency.
Yeah, it's not a fair argument, Banksy. It's like me saying, who's going to get to the moon first, the communist or the capitalist?
Well, actually, they both have the same opportunities. No, but Rupert, if you actually look at the space race, in fact, it was the communists that made it into space before the capitalists.
That disproves your argument then, doesn't it?
Well, what I'm trying to say is, if you're a betting man, if you believe in your socialism, then I have 50 quid on the table. Which country will produce the vaccine for if you think it's 50-50, if you think you have a 50-50 chance, or in fact, you might even have a better chance for socialist nations to produce a vaccine, then put your money down. You want to take this bet?
I'm Muslim. I don't gamble.
Your question doesn't make sense. Frankly, your question doesn't make sense, because if you would,
I don't know why you're laughing.
Hold on, if you were really talking about which capitalist country would create this vaccine, you would say which corporation or which medical institute would create this vaccine, this private medical institute.
Look,
if you're asking for which country, then surely you've got to understand that if it's a country that's doing it, then the socialist country will take responsibility for it. If it's a corporation, a global corporation, you can't really say America or Germany or whoever was responsible responsible for it. It's a corporation. That
No, actually, no. Many cures from diseases have come out of certain universities within certain countries. So those universities, like for example, even right now, some of the results of the tests that Oxford University is, for example, doing is extremely promising.
Not capitalism.
Sorry.
They've come out of government-funded institutes instead of capitalism.
Well, I'm just simplifying it for you. Will the virus be produced by a capitalist, democratic country, or will it be produced by a socialist country?
For it, Banksy, stop talking over me. You're saying that if it's made in a government institution like a university in a capitalist country, then it's done. Then capitalism is responsible for it, even though it's a socialist.
I'm just trying to point out that capitalist mixed economies produce better things and better standard of living for people than socialist ones do.
Now you change the goalposts to where we can agree. I want a mixed economy. You're so anti-fucking socialist.
No, but I'm trying to point to you.
No, you're not. You're not trying to
listen, I'm pointing out. I'm just making a simple bet. Do you think, because you think China isn't working on a vaccine? I bet you China is working on a vaccine. I bet you Russians are working on a vaccine too. Maybe even the North Koreans or even the Vietnamese. But actually, the Russians are not even socialists anymore. What am I talking about? They're actually technically an oligarchy at this point. But nevertheless, is it going to come out of China, or is it going to come out of the United States or England or Israel or any other European nation? Where would, if you're a betting man, if you believe in this socialism shit, then put your money where your mouth is, listener. I have 50 quid on the table. I will PayPal you 50 if I lose. I expect the same in return.
What's the bet, though, Banksy? A cure for COVID, did you say?
Yeah, where would the cure for COVID, which country, which type of nation will it come out of?
Yeah, but Banksy, that's like me asking for a cure for the common cold. Like, it doesn't exist. You can never have that. They're making a vaccine.
There'll be a vaccine. They're working on a vaccine for the COVID-19 virus.
Can you?
A vaccine is something they'll constantly be working on.
Hold on, Rupert.
Johnson & Johnson started on it already.
Hold on, because we're having an argument over for no reason, because we are all
exactly
mixed economies here, right? Aren't we?
True.
Look, I have to say that if you leave capitalism unfettered, then yes, it will eat itself.
Banksy, can you acknowledge that we all don't want socialism on its own? We all don't want capitalism on its own, and all three of us want a mixed economy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
why are we arguing?
But I'm arguing for the fact that when it comes to these socialist apologists that you're making for Cuba and other countries, the fact is those countries is not just the fact that they are under sanctions or under embargoes. The fact is most of them are just nightmare hellish places to live. It doesn't matter even if they weren't under embargo. China isn't under embargo, and still millions of their people suffered.
Mate, that's your opinion. There will be plenty of Cubans who are happy with their lives and the way.
I'm sure there will be. That's why they're swimming across the fucking sea, trying to get into America.
Like their democratic, like communist state that they have, then don't fucking go there. Don't embargo them. Like they voted for that. Let them just live like the rest of the countries do. No one's getting like.
I'm sure the North Koreans are happy too, right? The North Koreans are just
North Korea's a little bit different because that's not entirely democratic, is it? No.
Neither is Cuba.
Okay, do you know how Cuba democracy works?
Cuba hasn't been a democracy for the last 50, 60 years.
Do you know how the voting system works in Cuba?
They're also voting in Saddam Hussein's Iraq too. You know, he got 99% of the votes.
Anything about how it works? Do you know how? Let me explain to you how democracy works in Cuba. So every voting booth is flanked by two kids from like the Cuban Scouts or like their whatever national service or whatever like little groups that they have there. So all times kids are flanking the voting booth box where you put your slip in. There's also so that entices their parents to come along, check on them, check if they're hungry or whatever. So there's always people about. It's very difficult for anyone to get away with any funny business during the voting process. And then on camera, when the voting finishes, the boxes are put onto a table. Anyone in the community can go and to the count. There's no counting and then hiding the results for a few minutes while everyone gets on stage. As soon as the count is over, the result is released, all on camera, unedited, all live. So this is, to me, this sounds like a great basis for a democracy. So you told me that Cuba isn't a democracy. So explain.
Since Fidel Castro has died, I haven't actually checked on Cuba to see what the process is now.
You don't really know
it was not like this for the last 60 odd years until Castro died.
Do you, Banksy?
Sorry?
You don't really know what the fuck you're talking about, do you? So you just admit it?
No, I absolutely, I can see what Cuba is up until Fidel Castro's death. I just haven't looked into their system now. But I promise you, it is not a free market capitalism.
Of course, it's not a free market capitalism.
So how are people electing? Is there a rotational period? Has the power been passed through different leaders now? Who's the leader right now?
So their leader is voted by the representatives who are voted in, just like ours. So you don't have to be a member of the...
So is it a representative parliament? Is that what they have?
I think so, yeah.
So there is no president or king. There's no supreme leader. There's just
Parliament will appoint their president.
And it just rotates, right? So if I Google that, that's what I'm going to get, right?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure.
The caveats come in because you do realize we have Google, right? We actually literally have Google.
What I said before, I know is a fact. What about their leader is probably as democratic as ours, where it's appointed by our representatives. Like no one voted for Boris Johnson. We voted for our local MP, and then our MPs, or only the Conservative MPs, chose Boris Johnson.
Okay.
That's right. No one voted for Theresa May either, did they? We had her for how long?
So, if you're going to classify Cuba's unelected prime minister or president or whatever as a dictator, then you've got to do the same for ours.
Oh no! I mean, I have no problem if the Cuban leadership process is actually a fair system, but of course it wasn't up until Castro died. So it was a dictatorship until Castro died.
Well, he died a while ago, didn't he? So
no, he didn't die that many years ago. Well, he only died I'll tell you the exact date. Wikipedia.
Like that when Castro was alive, and I imagine he probably just had.
Castro died in 2011.
Yeah, so 9 years ago, quite a while away. That's like a third of my life almost.
It's 9 years ago, considering he ran the country since what was it? The president of 1976.
If that's the thing, if there could be Trump could be if he gets a second term, he could easily try and make it a third term. Which
you can't. There's only 2 terms in Britain, in America. You don't get a third term.
It's not in the constitution, or in fact, it is in the constitution now, but it doesn't mean it can't be changed. Because
it was introduced as an amendment.
It never used to be in the constitution until someone stepped down. He could have won a third. I think it might have been Washington. He could have won a third.
Yeah, that does happen. Didn't Erdogan change the constitution to stay in longer? I think he did.
I think I don't know whether it was from I forgot where it was. I think it was before Clinton. I think it was after Reagan they changed it for 2 terms.
Reagan wanted a third term, and then they were like, "Nah, mate, we're gonna put this into law."
Well, no, Reagan could have potentially won, but I think I think there was something to do with his health. He had some dementia or some sort of health issues.
They reckon his wife was running the country for a while. I've heard, like while he was ill and that.
We know.
The point is, a democracy is failing in Western nations. Like we have fucking Dominic Cummings running our and he's completely
in a sanctum.
Like, so, like, if you're talking about democracy and the bastion of democracy, we really need to look at ours and fucking fix it quick before we lose it.
Well, I mean, ours is fairly robust, and considering it is considered the mother of parliament,
if you've got a perfect system, then you got no one to blame, innit? So no one's really going to ever come up with a perfect system.
In the British system,
they're getting by on the corruption that exists on the failed system.
Look, the fact is, in the British system, you can go ahead and set up your own party, just like the Brexit Party did, and look at how they swept the country. Set up your own party. Anyone can set up a party.
You don't have any MPs.
What?
It's not about the parties, though, thing, is it? It's about having the money to run for the presidency or run for.
Well, I mean, that's a small factor, but I mean, what I'm saying is, in this system, it's not. It doesn't have to always be just Labour and Conservative.
It does.
It's designed that way.
Banksy.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Brexit Party got about almost as many votes as fucking SNP, but Brexit Party got, I think, 0 MPs. SNP have got like 50.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, I mean, there is the first past the post system, which
it's bullshit. It's not.
Which creates a situation where, it makes it hard.
Vote isn't equal. It's a fucking a travesty of a democracy.
I think that part of the British political system has to be reformed because it's not a proportionate. It's not a representative. It's not a proportionate representative system. It's a. I said the first past the post does put new parties at a very disadvantage. But look at the SNPs. Nevertheless, the SNPs have still managed to sweep the whole of Scotland. But I mean, they've got a niche. They are a national party.
Nothing like
that is a joke, isn't it?
Nationalism. Like I class myself as an economic nationalist. We all need to stop moving around as much because of global warming. We have to become more. We have to be able to survive on the
self-sustaining. Self-sustaining, I'd say, yeah.
You need to have a fucking stock of PPE ready for a pandemic. And
we did have, but it had expired.
Well, yeah, and we need to keep regenerating this shit, and we need to have the factories ready there for if we need it for a prolonged amount of time, that we can just get people in there and be like, hey, build our PPE, just like we in the war would be. Like picking up all the fucking iron from wherever we could find it just to make ammunitions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing is, this country doesn't manufacture things anymore. This entire structure of the society
got that lifeline where
back in the 80s.
Anything that we need to survive, it might be cheaper elsewhere, but we need to be able to make enough of it here if we get cut off from the world for whatever reason.
The thing is,
I'm a nationalist.
Listen, no, that you're right. That is actually a sensible thing for any nation to do.
That's
but
not the direction
the fact is that the politicians, the politicians from Margaret Thatcher onwards, and that includes Tony Blair and Brown, all of the Labour people as well. They systematically destroyed the manufacturing abilities of this country. They turned this country into a service industry. We serve things that others make. We don't make things. So if we don't make shit, then you're not going to have the ability to suddenly produce, self-protection. Or,
we can never make things ever again. We can set up these factories now, but if we get another pandemic in the future,
yes. But the thing is, those factories have to then be able to be sustainable. They have to be able to sustain themselves, and by being able to be self-sustaining, they have to be able to sell the products they produce, because they can't just keep making the shit and hoarding it in coffers in Britain. They have to be able to be self-sustaining. But hold on, let me just get to the end of this. The problem is that those corporations. Hold on, listen, just give me 1 second. The problem is those corporations that produce these things have to then compete with the Chinese, with the Indians, and they can't. That's the problem.
No, exactly. That is the problem. So we don't have these things running as money-making things. We have these running as lifelines where they are government-owned.
It's not profit-making.
We know that they will run as a loss.
But look,
we know that if we ever need them, we have them.
No. Listen, when I say self-sustaining, I'm not talking about them making profit. I'm talking about them selling enough to be able to put back into the business, because those people that work in those factories have to get wages. The electricity has to be paid. The bills.
But Banksy, it's cheaper to run it at a loss. Don't you get it, Banksy? Because what you're asking for is a massive investment. But what we're saying is like a pop-up shop where it just pops up, does what it's supposed to do, and then it closes down again. That's like running at a loss, but the overall investment is much, much, much lower.
Yeah, but the thing is, these personal protection sort of factories can't be just popped up and shut down.
Yeah, they can. Even Turkey done it. Turkey built a factory to make respirators, and then they were supplying them to everyone else. But England didn't bother to do it. They just, we just buy surplus stock from Turkey. That's what they done. That was a strategy. That was their strategy.
I don't know. I mean, the way I see it is these manufacturers that make respirators, that make masks.
What happened in real life was we got fucking companies like Dyson to change their whole business model to invent a fucking ventilator, which hadn't been tested, which meant we got a couple of dozen of them instead of going to the actual ventilator company who were offering, hey, we can sense you need some ventilators and we make these. Do you want some? They've already been tested. We just have to make them.
They were like, no, we don't want
they exist in this country.
Hey, we got Dyson to fix all our problems, which they didn't. And we fucked up.
Yeah, but do they actually exist? Those ventilator companies, do they actually exist in Britain?
Yeah.
Of course. What do you mean? They were German companies, weren't they?
There was one in Britain as well that were actually contacting.
Oh, yeah, there was. You're right.
They were contacting.
You're right. There was a British one as well.
They were contacting the government saying, hey, we can make these ventilators that you need. How many do you want? The government ignored their emails. They could have made them thousands in a week. Instead, they got like a dozen in about a month from Dyson, untested.
Wow. Right.
I mean,
it's all financial decision making. It's all everything based on money. Come on,
ineptitude of governments is not a modern thing. All I'm saying is that of course we have governments that are inept. I mean, that's not necessarily an unremarkable thing or a remarkable thing. Sure, governments fuck up all the time. And I don't know.
But did they fuck up? I don't believe they fucked up. I believe that was their plan. I believe that if you look at their books and you add up how much money they spent, their whole aim was to keep the cost down. They were like, do you know what? Whoever's going to die is going to die. Yeah. There's nothing we can really do about it. We just got to look like as if it was a fuck up. So otherwise people are going to say we're callous and we let people die. So they'd rather it be looked at as a fuck up. Oh, sorry, we're all bumbling buffoons. We made the mistake. But really, they never. They just saved as much money as they could. In my opinion, I might be wrong, but
well, yeah. I mean, that's the problem. We don't have. We're not privy to all the details of what actually transpired. But again,
Cummings did give a lot away when he said herd immunity is the way we should go, because you can't see it going any other way. To be honest, it sounds callous. It sounds bad, but like there is no other way to go. You know what I mean? Like all they done was stagger it. They staggered it so everyone didn't like get the disease at the illness at the same time, and the NHS wasn't overrun, and the doctors weren't committing suicide like in Spain, and the government didn't look like a total disaster. They just staggered it. They just kept everyone at home, and now they're doing the opposite. Now they're trying to get everyone out.
Yeah, before their own guidelines of like, here's the number 3, 4 like peri chicken spicy bullshit. Like it was still on.
What's this thing about like giving people £10 to go to a fucking restaurant? Is that like a thing?
Yeah.
Is that like a real thing?
Yeah.
What do you mean, man? Uber Eats was running for free. He was getting free deliveries at some point.
Yeah,
so who do you think was paying up the difference? The government.
But what I mean
Someone was
is,
paying a
how do you claim this £10 shit then?
You just go.
He wants his £10.
I want my Nando's. No, what I mean is, how does it actually work? Like, how do people get this?
I'll explain if you shut up. You go to participate in restaurants between a Monday and a Thursday in August, and they will like charge you like half price or knock that tenner off your bill, and then the company has to get that
apply.
Back. Yeah.
Okay. So the company has to basically get the money from the government, but the government knocks tenner. So basically, in August, between Monday to Thursday, if you go to any restaurant, you're going to get a tenner off your meal.
Monday.
You're going to be there every day, ain't you? You're going to be there every fucking day, mate.
Does this work for Uber Eats?
Yeah, Lister brings it round in person.
To a restaurant.
Lister's the guy who brings it, man.
Yeah, it doesn't work on deliveries and takeaways.
Yeah, I see that. What's this £500 thing? Is this £500 thing a real thing?
What's that?
Something about giving everyone 500 quid.
Maybe in America.
And no, Rashi Sunak or whatever. He was saying there was rumors about him giving £500 to every adult per month and 250 for every child.
If it was true, I'd know about it. I'm Turkish after all.
This is our field. Are you Khan?
I'm Rupert. I'm Rupert. I'm Raj's brother-in-law, Rupert.
So you're Khan, basically. It is Khan. It's like, is this fucking Khan? Because it sounds so much like Khan.
It's Rupert. You can call me Roops because we're friends.
I see. Yeah, I will say this now. I'm sorry, I'm shifting the conversation to a bit of drama. Have you seen the videos the Wasp has made on Afghan? Now,
No. Let's not go to Afghan. Let's talk about you saying you was going to tear off pages of the Quran and use it to wipe your ass. That was so out of order.
I can do that.
Should apologize.
I will do it on a fucking whim. I'll do it on a weekend. I don't even need an excuse to do that.
That's so out of order. Like you would hurt your poor mum's feelings.
First of all, my mum doesn't give a shit. Second of all,
you said your mum went to Mecca and all this, and she's a Haji and everything.
Well, she is. She did go to Hajj, but she still isn't. She knows exactly what I think.
Go there to taste the ice cream? Like, what was she doing there?
No. She went to Umr. She didn't. She went. It wasn't a full Hajj. My grandma went to Hajj, but it doesn't matter. Either way, I said I'd turn off a piece of fucking Quran and piss on it right now. I don't give a shit. It's a piece of paper as far as I'm concerned. But what I will say is the reason I said that was because of the fucked up shit you were saying about Raj's sister. And about the fact that her father is giving up the pussy. Come on, dude.
You heard that from Raj. You didn't hear that from me.
No. I heard it from you. It's fucking your voice saying, Raj, you're saying, oh, you're Raj, your father just gives out pussies to the white man.
Yeah, but that was to control him. That was designed to hurt his feelings. Like, that wasn't
when I tear a piece of the page of the Quran and stick it in my ass, it's for trolling. Come on, man. It's dance, man. It's dance.
Putting things in your ass can be painful. Do not, follow the government guidelines,
quite thin and quite soft. So I'll cream it up. But the thing is,
dude, unacceptable.
You see, you think that what I'm saying is out of order, whilst you don't think what you said about his sister and her vagina and how she's giving it out to the white man is not out of order.
That's just two grown men going at it, Banksy. That's two grown men going at it with each other, right? It's fair game. But what you're saying is insult. It's a hate crime, literally.
Yeah, but the fact is that I care about the Quran less than Raj cares about his fucking sister, and you're Turkish.
What?
You should care about. I care about the Quran. I don't care about the Quran. Whilst Raj does care about his sister. What I'm trying to say is, you're Turkish. You know what it's like to swear at your mothers and your sisters and shit like that. You know how the Turks are. I've got Turkish friends. They would come and fucking throat out.
Be fair. I never said anything horrible about his sister at all, ever.
Dude, you said that Raj's father is giving out pussy to the white man.
Well, like, you're repeating it. You're supposed to be his friend, right? And you're just repeating it. You're not doing him any favors. What I'm saying is this, right? If somebody, hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. If someone is going around criticizing everybody, saying you've got no honor, you've got no izzat, you've got no honor, yeah. Now your sister's marrying a white man. Where's your honor now?
Well, what's wrong with marrying a white man? Where's dishonorable about a Punjabi girl marrying a white dude? So you're saying that basically a Punjabi girl marrying a white man
if it's
is
not an issue, if it's not an issue, why do they need to have a civil ceremony and they can't have an actual Sikh ceremony? If there's no
because
issue,
he's not Sikh and she is, and she's not a religious Sikh, so they would have a civil service instead. Because the guests will not feel out of place.
That's a cover up.
No, dude, my own brother got married to a Sikh girl. They didn't have a religious ceremony. I
heard you say it. Now we've unraveled the connections between you lot. We've worked it all out now. Yeah, so, you know, when Tala Cham goes and marries a Sunni woman, oh, she's on the outside of the clique. And when your brother goes and marries a Sikh woman, oh, you're on the inside.
No, it's nothing to do with outside or inside. I'm saying
the lines have been drawn.
Look, I'm just telling you that marrying from a different religions, sometimes if the two people are not religious, and my brother and his wife are not religious, they just had a civil ceremony because neither side wanted to have any religion.
There is no choice in this matter. You're implying like they chose that option. No, that's not it.
What do you mean they chose that option?
According to Sikh belief, no. According to Sikh religion, unless they're both religious Sikhs, they can't get married, isn't it? In the religious ceremony.
Well, I don't know, but either way, my brother and his wife were like, look, we don't care about religion, so we're not going to have a religious thing.
Well, so if you don't care about religion, why are you talking about Islam 24 hours a day? If you don't care about religion.
No, I don't care about, as in, first of all, it's my brother we're talking about, not me. But second of all, I don't care about religion as in I don't revere it or I don't put it on a pedestal. I care about its impact on the world and on people's lives. So yes, I care about religion when it comes to its aspects of its interference.
All right, based on that, let me ask you this question. Living in England, right? Does religion have any impact on your life other than seeing multiculturalism and people walking around wearing religious garbs? Does their religion impact your life?
Yeah, it does. During Ramadan, I have to fucking listen to idiots fucking yelling off the top of the roofs of fucking mosques. During, Islam is prevalent everywhere in the world, everywhere where I go.
Isn't that a small price to pay for multiculturalism?
No, I don't like you. If that's the price to pay, I don't want multiculturalism.
So why don't you move out to where whiteys live, where it's all white people?
I don't.
Well, you're saying you're hearing Muslims shouting off of buildings.
You don't know where I live, and where I live is extremely white. But where I go to work is Muslims around, and I have to hear that.
Are they white Muslims? Are you living around white Muslims?
No, these are Pakistani.
So what are they doing? What are they doing? If you're the only foreigner in the village, what are they doing there?
I'm not I'm not talking about where I live. I'm talking about where I work.
Get a bit more where you work.
It's nothing to do with where I live. Where I live is white as fucking snow. Okay.
Right, but here's what I'm saying to you.
No fucking way I'm gonna surround myself with this multicultural shit.
Muslims shouting off of buildings. You seeing Rastas walking down the road. You seeing women in saris. This is all part of.
I see Black Lives Matter marching down the fucking street and putting racists on fucking statues in London.
This is all part of Britain. This is part of British society, British culture, British history, British values.
No, it isn't.
There's no such thing as
it isn't. This is an imported values. These are not British values. The British man never puts, defiles the statue of Churchill or tries to burn the British flag. These are
they do. No one other than British people have done that. Not one black person has ever done any graffiti on any statue.
Thanks. You go to my Twitter profile and just
look
being
a troll now.
Look at or Google 2000 year 2000 anti-capitalist protest and look at the mohawk that they've put on Churchill and blood dripping from his mouth. Like
those are again, I see them as imported values, not
you see them because here's the thing, Banksy, you haven't really been in this country long enough to even know what Britishness is. That's the sad thing about it.
Yeah.
You don't actually know Britishness.
I haven't been here long
Compared
enough.
to me, who I'm a third generation immigrant. You've just got off the boat yesterday, mate, and you're trying to tell me what Britishness is and how I should interact with it.
You still fucking call yourself a Turk.
Patronizing.
I've got a Turkish man telling me about what Britishness is.
Are you Iranian, Banksy?
You're fucking fresh off the fucking boat.
I have a dual identity. I'm allowed to have that.
And so do I. And I know
No,
that
you don't.
this is neo-Marxist.
Hold on.
Bullshit.
Pause it right there. Define your dual identity to me.
What do you mean define my dual identity? My identity is actually
You ain't been here long enough to grow a second identity. You're still you.
I have been raised in this country.
Bollocks of you. You've been here for like 5 years.
I was a child when I came here. My biggest influence is British culture and Britishness.
In your opinion.
No, it's not in my opinion. It's the fact that my stepdad was whiter than snow.
What year did you move here?
Okay. Now it makes sense.
I was about 7-8 years old. So the fact is,
white savior syndrome.
How old were you when you came here, Con?
I was born here, motherfucker. No, I genuinely was born here.
Well, in that case, then you should.
You got to realize, Banksy, my dad was born British. My granddad was born British. My great granddad was an Ottoman.
So you are still. You see, this is what I despise. You are literally three stages removed from a Turk, and yet you still go, "I'm a Turk. I'm a Turk." You're not a fucking Turk. Turks don't accept you as Turkish.
Of course they do.
No, they don't. You're as foreign to them as you think you are to the English.
How can they deny me? I've got my land there. I've got land there. I can just go there anytime and build it out.
You're not a Turk to them. This is
I own a piece of it. I own a piece of it.
Exactly the same.
Do you own a piece of England?
Dude,
Banksy, do you actually own a piece of England? No, you don't.
You don't
I own a piece of that land.
Banksy,
I own that land. It's mine.
If you're a property owner, you do own a piece of England.
No, you own the property. You don't own the land.
Now that I know that you feel so strongly about now that I know you feel so strongly about this issue, Banksy, can you have a go at Ralph for pretending that he's Indian?
Yeah.
He's pretending he's Indian.
Yeah.
Well, by your standards.
What do you mean? He's pretending he's Indian.
He's 75% British, at least, at the very least.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's far more British than certainly me. I mean, I'm culturally British. I'm not, ethnically British.
Are you?
You're
a liar.
Yeah, I am. I'm ethnically Iranian, culturally British. That's.
No, you're not culturally British. Compare you to Lister. You're not culturally British.
Well, what do you consider to be culturally British then?
Number one, you're not a gentleman, right?
How do you fucking know? I'm not a gentleman to you.
Let's get it right, yeah?
You go ahead and define what is British.
You talk about the weather on a daily basis to everyone you meet first.
A lot, yes.
Exactly.
Unfortunately,
how much tea do you drink a day? That's what we want to know.
Well, I do drink tea, but I don't drink that shit that they call PG Tips or Yorkshire. I drink Earl Grey only.
Same. Earl Grey only.
Earl Grey. Twinings, Earl Grey.
You put vinegar on your chips, Banksy.
Sorry?
You put vinegar on your chips.
Who doesn't? Why would you not have salt and vinegar on your chips?
He's trying it.
But I mean, this is fish and chips, not fries. I actually tend to eat a lot of sweet potato fries because it's healthier.
That's not British.
Yeah, but I don't pretend that it's British. Just because it's I say I'm culturally British, it doesn't mean I live on fucking steak and kidney pies and fucking black pudding all day long.
Well, then you ain't British, motherfucker.
Do you have a fry up every morning? Or
Sorry,
chocolate croissant.
No, but why would fry-ups are fucking insanely unhealthy? You can't have that shit every day.
My point is that you have a two-dimensional idea of what Britishness is, and this is where the whole problem of Banksy resides.
I honestly think that Britishness and being British is fairly well defined, and it was for a long, long time until these neo-Marxists and cultural Marxists try to muddy the waters because
where are the British values of tolerance and being a good neighbour?
So you know what it is to be culturally Turkish.
Of course. What do you mean? I have a dual identity.
What is it?
I have a dual identity. Inside my house where I live, it's like the embassy, the Turkish embassy, apart from no one gets murdered by Saudi Arabians. Yeah. So therefore, my house is like inside of it is like Turkey. The food is Turkish. The language is Turkish. Everything is Turkish. When I step outside, yeah, it's England. So I have a dual identity.
But the Punani is not Turkish though. Just
No,
joking.
there you go. Listen,
there you go.
No, I like my pussy like I like my butter. Listen, guys, I like my pussy like I like my butter.
Banksy, look,
pure Irish, nothing else.
Let's be honest, Banksy. I mean, you get offended by Pakistanis doing the azan, yet you like filming two men shoving their cocks in their asses.
When the hell did I film that? Can we have some evidence of me filming men putting their cocks in their asses?
My name is Banksy. A few years ago, I used to work for a gay company, a magazine company.
No, I worked for a publishing company that produced a gay magazine, sure. But we never filmed anyone putting anything in anyone's ass.
Is that what you've been told to say? Like, you know,
that's
Raj,
what
did he tell you? You know,
we never. I mean, I myself never filmed anything, even with a man in the room. I only ever filmed girl on girl porn.
Really?
There's two girls and one cup.
And you was the only cock in the room.
No, it was me. I mean, there was three of us.
Big up guys. Anyway, I'm just.
We were just filming. We were like three video camera operators.
Anyway,
two girls.
Afghan, tell Banksy what we're going to do to him when we catch him on the 30th of September.
Yes.
He's going around saying he's going to wipe his ass on the Quran. I'm going to wipe your face on the floor. That's what I'm going to do.
I've already done it several times. It gets a bit itchy. It's not as quilted as Kushel.
No, definitely. I think what we'll do is what we'll do is we'll basically, you know, strip him naked, pour honey over his body, and
you know what really hurt Banksy when Raj said to him, Banksy, you know that Afghan's worse than you. Afghan hates Islam more than you. And then Banksy was like, no, I can't have it. I have to come out with something so crazy right now. Dude, that's what pushed him. You was manipulated. You was manipulated by a half-wit. That's what happened to you. He was manipulated.
You think that me coming up with the whole idea of ripping a page of Quran and sticking it in the ass is like a new thing.
You publicly saying it
in Iranian circles. They've put it on so many donkeys' asses you wouldn't believe.
You know, funny, Banksy.
You have no idea how many different ways I've seen the Quran defiled.
What is going on in Iran, though? How can you explain that?
Because they despise fucking Islam. Some people do because of 40 years of fucking Islamic dictatorship. Some people absolutely hate Islam with a passion. You have no idea the people that I've spoken to about how much they despise Islam. And as I said, sticking a page of the Quran in a donkey's ass is not even considered taboo. It's not even considered original. It's like just it is.
Stop talking about that. Raj is going to get an erection about donkeys and assholes and shit, man. Just relax, man.
That's what it is. But what I mean is,
understand, Banksy,
guys,
why do
you guys think it's like a new thing? It ain't a new thing.
No, we thought it was just you being a cunt. That's what we thought.
What I'm trying to say is, why do you have like a?
I didn't realize it was your culture.
Soft heart for Raj, Banksy.
Sorry,
because your sister. He said your sister-in-law's a Sikh. That's what he said.
No. Okay, all I'm saying is that when Khan was talking about because the thing is, you know, I don't personally mind. I actually don't give a shit. You can call me, my mom, my sister, my entire fucking species, all the cunts on the earth, and I will just reply in kind. But Raj, for whatever unfathomable reason, has his own rules, and he wants to like not do it. And I'm saying, okay, fine.
But here's the thing, though, Banksy. You can't say to me, "Hold on, Banks." You can't say to me, "Oh, you've upset Raj by saying his father produces pussy for the white man." When you 2 minutes ago said your stepfather was white.
No, Raj. Raj.
How can you see it the same? Like in terms of honor, I'm saying you can't see it the same way how we see it.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is, Con, as I don't really care if you said that thing to Raj, but if Raj isn't going to reply in kind, I will. And then when you get upset, why did you say that about the Quran? I'm like, dude,
no, but
you
you're saying
you have no limits when it
you're
comes to
saying he hasn't replied, but he has replied. He's done memes of me. He's done all sorts. That he has replied according to his own ability of reply.
Well, exactly. He did it on his level, but I'll do it on my level. What I'm saying
is, what motivated you to get involved was when Raj said Afghan's worse than you, and you went, "No, I'm the worst."
No, it wasn't about Afghan's worse than me. The thing is, the stuff. This is why I'm not as. I mean, don't get me wrong. I saw those images of Raj's mom being photoshopped.
Not by me.
Not by me.
Like, guys, I gotta go.
It's skits. It's skits.
All right, listen, mate.
Look, I saw all those videos of Raj's mom being photoshopped on all dicks and all sorts of things, and I thought, okay, that's disrespectful and that's fucked up. But if it was me, I would do exactly the same, or I would find images of Khan's mom or Afghan's mom and do the same thing. But otherwise, if not, I would find some other thing that would hurt you. I would personally have Muhammad sucking 12 cocks because I don't care. I don't care about those things, but I know you care about those things, so that would piss you off. So I would do something.
Hold on. Banksy, let's be serious. Like, let's try to get some progress out of this conversation while we're here. Yeah. Now, my point is this: you do not have any allegiance to Islam or have any Muslim friends, and that's fair enough. And you
have a lot of Muslim friends.
Make your case clear. All right, but what I'm saying is what Raj is doing by having these tokens like Rashma Akhtar around him at the park.
No, don't cuss Rashma out, man.
What do you mean? She's always like, backing him up at the park. I'm not cussing her. I'm just saying.
Man.
Well,
all right.
Listen.
Sorry, Khan. Sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I'm just saying. There's a list of people that are defending Raj. There's people coming out the woodwork like Council of Nice Ears. Everyone's coming out the woodwork to defend Raj. These so-called Muslims are defending the guy who's threatening. All right, not doing. I accept. He's not doing it, and knowing him, he probably does never have the intention of actually doing it. But he's actually making the threat. The worst threat he could possibly make, and he's doing it. How can you stand? He's threatening to. He's saying, if you can do a picture of my guru, I can do a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. And I'm saying to him, if you have Muslim friends, and you class them as your friends, you're literally throwing them all under the bus. Just to get back at Safaz.
The fact is that if you have pictures of, let's say, my mum or my sisters, and you photoshopping
we're not
them
talking about you.
No, I'm not.
We're talking about Raj, the guy who's got so-called Muslim friends.
I know, but Khan, I have an example. Yeah. My example is if someone's doing pictures, if a Muslim is doing has got pictures of my mum or my sister, and they're photoshopping them in all these different things, but I don't have pictures of their parents and their sisters. So what I have to do is I have to go to the next level of
what you're caping. He deliberately
selling out.
1 minute. You're caping for him. He originally said, if you tell me that Afghan is a Muslim, right, I will attack Islam because Afghan attacked me. And he's using that same thing on Safaz. He said, me and you are having a personal argument, and because you're a Muslim, I'm going to attack your whole faith, and then turn around to all other people and say to them, can you not please put Safaz in check if you don't want me to do X, Y, and Z? So he's holding people to ransom. People that are supposed to be his friends that he's using as tokens.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's Raj's prerogative. Personally,
and it's my prerogative to confront him on that.
Yeah, you can go ahead and say you're using it as like a blackmail, that if he doesn't stop, then I will do this. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything like extreme.
No, I'm not saying
announcement. Have a service announcement. Can Mr. Cunt Walter come to the till number 7, please? Can Cunt Walter come to the till 7, please? Thank you.
Who is that?
Walter the cunt.
Anyway,
Banksy. Yeah, what I'm saying is, it's my prerogative to diss the guy. If I want to say he's a cunt and I want to say He's got no izzat because this, that, and the other. I can say what I want, right? It's freedom of speech. He's got the right to reply.
Can't. I 100% agree with you. And I would, for me, someone like me, I would say you go ahead, you cuss my sister, my mom, anything you want. But when I go savage on you, don't come and fucking cry to me because I took a page of the Quran and took a shit on it. That's the difference. Because I would do that. But then
you gotta face the consequences, innit?
No, but
you can do that. But you know what's coming,
I'll take those.
You know what's happening.
The hit. I'll take
so if you're a bad man, do it. All right, this is what my offer to you. If you don't do it, you're the biggest pussy on earth. How's that?
Fine. But what I'm trying to tell you, Con, is the fact is this is not something new to me. It's not like I haven't fucking done it. I can literally print out a page of the Quran right now and take a shit on it. The fact is, that's me. That Raj has his own standards. He's saying, look, I won't do these things to you if you just attack me. Don't attack my sister. Don't attack my mother.
I didn't attack his sister. I didn't attack his mother.
No, it's up to you. You can be a gentleman about it and go ahead and say, okay, I will abide by your rules and I'll just attack you. Or you can be a cunt and go ahead and check his sister and mom out. And he will have to deal with it himself. The problem is, I think Raj is handicapping himself when it comes to this battle of cussing. Because he says, I won't do X, Y, and Z, but he also expects other people to not to do it either. And that's, it's like saying to me, I'm in a fight, I'm in a street fight, and the guy wants to just box. And I'm like, I'm in a street fight, motherfucker. I'm going to kick you in the butt and bite you.
Right.
Yeah, we agree with that.
I hear you, Banksy. I hear what you're saying. Man. Yeah, we agree with that. It's like he does whinge and moan and cry and bitch about things that have been said that he doesn't like.
But that's
to be fair, Banksy. He's a spaz, though, isn't he? He's a family of spazisms.
Look, the fact is that you guys are like in this battle with each other, and I genuinely, when it comes,
it's not even a contest, let alone a battle.
Look, my loyalties lie with Raj because I've known Raj
check
longer.
This out. I think the only battle he's having is Rupert trying to get the pubic hair out of his filling.
His teeth.
But this is the thing. This is why I said what I said was because I know Raj won't go there, but I fucking will. So if Raj wants,
he's playing dirtier than you.
I will do dirtier than you. What's he done that's dirtier than me?
He's lying. He's editing things. Like he's basically said, Khan said X, Y, and Z, and he's paused the video and he said, but if he'd have said WQR, and then he plays the video, and then I exactly say the same thing that he's saying. Oh well, if Khan said this, it would have been all right. Like he's such a hypocrite. Like, and his editing is so shit, and he doesn't waste no time like reviewing things. He just plays it, thinking, yeah, Khan's a cunt. I'm gonna catch him, and he plays it, and I'm not actually a cunt. Like he's never played anything to anyone and said, you see, Khan's a cunt, isn't he? And for that person to turn around and say, yes, Raj. Apart from two people, which is Angel Moon, the fucking old bitch, and Haroon, the fucking gay fucking Hindu. Yeah. Apart from that, he played something to you. He goes, see, what do you think of that? Is that racist? You went, no, that's not racist. He played something to Dan. They were like, Dan, do you think Khan's a cunt? He said, no, Khan's all right. He played something to Jupiter. Even Jupiter turned around and said, if Khan feels like stopping and helping a white child is him being mistaken for a groomer, that says something about the state of the nation rather than the state of Khan.
That's right.
Even Jupiter said that. Wow. Even Jupiter said that. For fuck's sake, let's get real.
Banksy, you can't run away from Khan. Khan's speaking facts, bro.
Well, not one person has agreed with him. He's in bits. He's going crazy. He's
only Sam M and Banksy love him. Man. So I don't know what this Iranian
there's
connection.
Plenty of people who support Raj. I'm just, as I said, when it comes to my allegiance, I will make it absolutely clear with anyone. I don't apologize for it. My allegiance are with Raj.
Listen.
Because I've known Raj longer.
You have an allegiance to Raj, and you have basically no morals. So we know how to deal with you, but the only benefit we got is that you're very predictable. So, you know, I'm comfortable in dealing with you, Banksy. It's not a problem. Yeah, like, you're very predictable. Like, I know what you're going to do before you do it. Like, nothing you do is a shock to me. Do you know what I mean? But, like, with Raj, it's like he's such a hypocrite. It's just like, what the fuck is going on in this guy's head?
Banksy hunting.
Have you heard it? 1 minute it's like, Khan's a racist. Khan's granddad freed the slave. The next minute it's like, Khan's a racist. Khan hates white women. Khan thinks he's black.
Con,
What is it,
look
bro?
at, look
Where
at,
are
look
we
at the,
today?
look at the
Where are we?
evidence of your potentially for you to be a racist. Your grandfather owned a slave, and
No, he married a slave. He married a
okay,
slave. So my
he
great
bought
grandmother
a
was a
slave.
slave.
He owned
But
it
my great grandmother
before
was a
he
slave. You
married
can't
her.
tell me that. You can't tell me that. That's
Sorry,
out of order. You're dissing my great grandmother. My great grandmother was a slave. You're dissing her.
but
It's
it's
disrespectful,
literally
man.
facts. Am I saying something that's unfactual?
Is it not Islamic thingy teachings
No.
to marry slaves and free them?
I'm not saying.
Is it not practice? Is it not common
what
practice?
I'm saying is, I'm trying to give you.
Hold on. I'm on a panel with two people who understand Islamic culture. Is it not common practice for Muslim men to free slaves by marrying them?
No, it is. That's fine. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you.
That's it. He's giving the impression that my granddad done this off his own back.
Being racist. I'm trying to
But
say.
why would I be racist if my great grandmother was a slave? Why would I be racist?
No, but your grandfather literally bought a slave. Now, apart from that,
he married her.
The things you were saying about honor and marrying white people and Raj's father providing pussy for the white man,
Well,
that shit all sounds real racist.
Yeah, that's
true though. How's it racist?
It's
Though? How's it
correct.
racist? How's it racist, bruv? It's true.
Yeah, how's that racist if it's true?
Rupert has placed his penis
his todger
in the hairy punani of a Bangara Dolwala.
It's
so tell me,
it's not the fact that he himself bangs, white folks. It's the fact that he's saying it's dishonorable.
It is
to
though.
have your
While we've got you here and you're being a
is it dishonorable?
Let me explain.
Is it or is it not true that Raj is a
Why is it dishonorable for your sister to marry a white man?
Hold on. Is Raj a virgin? Is Raj a virgin? Raj is a virgin. Tell the truth. He's a virgin, ain't he?
I don't know. I'm
virgin. He's a faggot.
See, you don't even know. You don't even know.
Exactly.
But you don't know. You're just guessing. Nobody knows,
bruv.
Raj, if you're listening, you're a virgin, son.
No, he's
that's
not a virgin.
That's your
he's
assumption.
Not a virgin. But can't woman. He's not a virgin. He's a eunuch. He doesn't have a penis. Just like Simon Lord.
His
Simon
dad
Lord
keeps his penis in a drawer, and he's actually giving it to Rupert as a gift.
Literally, when Raj says to Simon, "Slip me a DM," he actually means his dick. So that's probably try and understand.
Cracky looking Simon.
I am not getting involved in this. I do not.
Simon,
I did
you're listening, Simon. You need the makeover.
I'm free.
You're looking so cracky right now.
So ugly.
I'm looking so cracky right now. Simon's looking so cracky right now.
Simon is so ugly that HIV ran away from him, bro.
And Raj went mad on him. Raj was going ham on him. Oh, Simon, your soft spot for corn is spoiling your judgment.
Yeah, look, as far as Raj's sexual habits, now, personally, I used to think he was asexual, but then ever since we...
No, I agree. That was the conclusion I came.
We thought he was a batty man, but he is.
No, but the thing is,
he would take porn from anywhere.
But since we found porn on his computer, I don't think he's asexual.
I think it's this
artist
Sid on that night out with Banksy. The Sikh mandem have bought Banksy's honor with that dinner. Remember Banksy? And that's why he's defending
that's
the
what
Sikh
it is.
mandem. That's why he's married.
If RS did had any sympathy for Raj, he would have sent him on a night out to Spearmint Rhino with Banksy here. But he didn't.
I could take fucking Raj out to Spearmint Rhino. I know the fucking general manager of Spearmint Rhino.
Yeah, but why don't you make a man of him? I know he's not 18 and he's not Turkish, but take him out, man. When I was 18, my uncles were like, "Come on, we're going to Amsterdam for the weekend." My mum was like, "Where are you taking him?" Like, don't worry, don't ask questions. You get me?
Oh man, I'm getting fucking grilled by Sia Live. Look, I'm sorry. I've tried, but
I'm dying to meet Sia.
I have to find a place where I can do the skipping thing, and I it's been raining, so I can't. I haven't been able to do it outside.
Banksy, get a trampoline. You know those small little circle trampolines for fitness.
Yeah, but I've promised Sia Live I'm gonna skip for 20 minutes, and now she's on my case. I gotta find a sunny moment and just go out and do it. But anyway,
don't feel bad if Banksy lies to you. He's got no honor. He grew up seeing his mum being catered for by a white man, sir.
Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
Shit, Banksy, cost me, bro.
Oh, I have a brother from that country.
What was your stepdad's name? What was his name? Was
He's
it Martin?
I'm not gonna tell you my stepdad.
Do you and Martin want tea? No, go away. We're busy.
When he changed his name to Thomas, he became a
Yeah, let's put it this way. I have
who's that? Thomas?
a wonderful brother from that marriage.
All right, no offense to your brother, man. Let's not offend the brother because he could be a decent person.
I know, man.
Unlike Banksy. No, we're just fucking around, Banksy, man. But if you do do anything to the Quran, we're coming up the park to sort you out.
No worries. But Khan, is it true? Are you
won't fit
actually
in
a
my book,
nutritionist?
No,
Banksy
I just
won't
have a
fit in my
degree
book,
in
Khan.
human nutrition.
Oh, you have
Obviously, I don't want to pass on my bad habits to my children. So I thought, I should really educate myself on, like this whole issue.
But did you pass the course?
Of course, I got a 2-1.
Are you serious?
I'm a mature student. I'm a mature student. I've got
your images, your pictures tell me you didn't pass. You weren't listening.
What do you mean? I'm a mature student. I only passed last year. It was last year I passed.
You only passed last year, so you were basically not following your course for many years before that.
What, before I took it? Obviously.
I'm just saying, dude, it looks to me like you didn't attend one fucking class on nutrition and health.
I don't know. Public health nutrition. But the thing is that public health nutrition isn't about turning individuals into Adonises.
I see.
It's about malnutrition on a national level. Like, you don't do any modules on like let's make Banksy, like Mr. Universe.
I see. So learning about healthy eating and nutrition didn't affect you in any shape or form.
I understand. Well, when you say shape or form, what do you mean? But like, what I'm saying, Banks, what I'm saying is, you know how many people dropped out of the course at the beginning? So many people dropped out because they assumed that it was about fitness and health and like all this kind of like, magazine type stuff. But in actual fact, it's not. It's actually a very serious subject, which goes into like pathologies, goes into like diabetes, Crohn's disease, cancer treatments, heart disease. And this is really what you're learning, how to treat these things with nutrition. Because once you have one of these diseases, you have to follow a nutrition plan. And a nutritionist has to assist the dietitian, because you get one dietitian for every 6 hospitals. You get me? So the nutritionists do all the work. Like, they have to know how to like measure the person's body fat percentage or like the BMI or whatever it is. Like, you have to be able to chart the person. Like, you get me? So it's a very important job. Like, but there is no jobs in England, because all the nutrition jobs working for Public Health England will probably be abroad, like working with like countries. Like, I'll give you an example. Yeah, my professor, he went to a very rich Arab country. I think it's UAE, and they said that they have a problem because half the country are obese. This is at the age of about 10. Half the children were obese and half were malnutritious. They were starving. So they said, how are we going to design a school meal that will cater for both of these groups of children? And they just wanted to have lunch for the school. So they hired him to come over. Obviously, the money goes to the uni, not to him. Yeah. So he had to design an eating plan that would basically cover these children, because as children, you can't put them in a calorific deficit because they're growing children. They need a surplus of nutrition to grow.
Yeah, but
into healthy adults.
To be fair, right? To be fair,
yeah, but they're fat. So basically, you got to know what you're doing.
They asked Khan, they commissioned Khan to like help the school. What Khan did was he went on Google Maps and gave him the directions to the local McDonald's.
That's what it is.
Another good thing we've done.
The skinny kids get the map.
That's boring. KFC. Another thing we've done. There is a massive amount of HIV in India. Right, so they were giving. Let me finish, man. Right, they were giving medication to people in India to treat their HIV, like antioxidants, for example. And these heroin addicts were going and selling the medication and getting the money and using it to like buy drugs, for example. So what they've done was they mixed this vitamin powder in with chickpea flour, and they portioned it out and they gave it to them to make chapatis. So they would eat 3 chapatis a day to meet their nutritional requirements. Now, to do that, it's not just a matter of knowing nutrition, it's a matter of understanding behavior and addictions and that as well. You get me? So they dealt with that. And the third one I want to tell you quickly, there was children in Ghana, school children in Ghana, that were under achieving in maths. So they called us over, our university went over, our professors went there, they looked at what they were eating and they said they're not getting enough essential fatty acids in their diet and their protein content's low. What are these children eating? And they're basically living on United Nations handouts of white rice and tomato stew is what they were living on. So like as nutritionists, they went there, they looked at the natural environment and they said to them, you have a massive lake here with anchovies in it. Like that's a high source of protein and of essential fats. Why don't you eat that? And they're like, we don't like it because there's bones in it. We're not eating it. So what they've done is they got the fish, the anchovies, they ground it into a paste. They put the paste into like tubes, like, you know, like toothpaste tubes, but the old ones where it's actually metal, not plastic. They gave it to them and they said, feed this to your children. Now, the fact that it was fish also had calcium in it because of the bones of the anchovies. So they gave it to them. So they had calcium, they had fortification of protein, they had fortification of essential fatty acids and omega-3s in there as well, right? And the math scores went up overnight. These kids went from being behind in maths to being ahead in maths. And that was just because of a nutritionist's input. So when you say nutrition, like nutrition is such a wide field. It's not about getting a 6-pack. That's just nothing, man. That's like, what is that to humanity? That's nothing.
It's a sort of a, you could say it's a
joke.
Though. When someone says I'm a nutritionist, and
but like all my teachers were nutritionists, and none of them. All my teachers were fat. All my professors were fat. Do you know what I mean? All my professors were fat and bald. You get me?
It's hard to convince anyone that you know how to eat.
It doesn't matter. It don't matter. I don't need to convince anyone, man.
It's like, look, I know how to tell you how to eat right. I just eat this chicken.
If you invited me around to your house right now and you said, do me eating plan, I'll be around at your house with my computer and I'll show you software. Yeah. And we'll work it out together. I'll do it with the computer. Like you wouldn't be sitting there going, "Well, Khan said do this." No, mate. It's a computer. It's a computer program. Yeah, it's a computer program that. Yeah, basically, because the database. You got to remember the databases, Banksy. The databases are on what they expect your height and your weight and your body mass index and your body fat percentage to be based on databases of collected data. Now you've got to remember, all these databases were compiled before any immigrants came to this country. So being short, fat and Turkish at the age of 50 isn't surprising to anyone. When you compare yourself to the average Englishman, the database isn't going to reflect your you get me, your situation. So they're going to tell you, oh, your BMI is too high. But when you go and look at the Turkish database, your BMI is average.
Because they're all fat fucks.
Yeah, exactly.
So all I have to do in order to look good is I have to go to fucking Disneyland, Florida.
No, go and live in Scotland.
I have to go
live in
Scotland.
Bro, go and live in Scotland, or go and live in America, where they were rolling around fat as fuck. You'd be skinny there.
That's it. I just look like a skinny bloke amongst the giants.
I went to Scotland, bruv. The geezers are 30, 35 stone. They're massive.
Are you serious? Is Scotland really fat? I didn't think the Scottish were.
What do you mean? No, Scotland's the worst in the UK.
Seriously?
They're eating deep fried Mars bars.
Yeah, that's
Mars bars dipped in batter and fried. They're eating that.
Yeah, that can't be good.
They're huge, man.
That's got to have a.
He was driving around in a Granada. You know those old Granada Scorpios?
Yeah.
He was driving around in that all day. He was going, this is the only car that will take my body weight. He goes, I'm so big. Like, he goes, this Granada Scorpio is bigger than a Mercedes. I was like, why don't you get a Merc? He was like, nah, man. He goes, Mercs are too small for me. I guess what you're telling me a Granada's bigger than a Merc. He was like, yeah, man.
Shit. So
that's how fat he was, bro. Yeah. Really bad. And not only that, if you're fat, you're gonna have a lot of problems. You're gonna have number one, you're gonna have diabetes, but number two, you're gonna have a lot of back pain. You're gonna have back pain. You're gonna have sciatica. You better have a good chair, like to sit in, because you get me. You're gonna be putting a lot of strain on your body.
Well, as in the car, or
at
home? Sorry.
Yeah, wherever you are, you've constantly got like your whole upper body weight is literally resting on a very weak lower back. So you always have the potential of spinal compression. Literally, you could damage. Like, so if you know about the numbers of back pain patients, like in the UK, back pain is through the roof. Back pain is the biggest reason why people don't go to work. Is back pain. Like, people get written off from working due to back pain. It's all about back pain. So now they have desks where you stand up rather than you sit down, and all this is just like, you know, this is what it's about. So it's about the health of the nation.
I would imagine those big guys are probably on the bed all the time. They probably don't even move off the bed.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And even in the bed, you're not really supported. So really, sitting in a car with electric seats, you know what I mean, it's probably like the closest thing you're going to get, you know what I mean, to a proper hospital style bed.
Yeah, but I mean, how is it that you would think the government would have some kind of regime, schedule, something?
You know what? The healthiest time of the United Kingdom was when they were on rations during the war, or was it after the war? They were the healthiest they've ever been. Life expectancy was at its longest. Cancer was at its lowest. That was the healthiest time ever, when everyone was on rations.
That's crazy.
There's two reasons for that. Number one, everyone's eating the same. So you're not looking at someone else and going, oh, I want to eat what he's eating. And they're going, yeah, but you're fat. You can't eat that. You've got to eat salad. Like, that's not the situation. Everyone's eating the same thing. So there's no jealousy. And fat people are more likely to adhere, because adherence is the greatest problem for fat people, like sticking to a diet. Because I can write you the best diet in the world. If you're not going to stick to it, what's the point?
Yeah, it's not just that.
It's about adherence. It's about behavior. It's about psychology. It's about a lot of things, right? Genetics. So many things involved.
This is the thing that most of these personal trainers keep saying. They say exercise is like 30%, 40% of your entire weight loss program. 60-70% is what you eat. You can eat your way through any exercise regime that
you know what they say, Banksy? You can't out-train your diet.
Yeah.
Meaning, no matter how much exercise you do, if the eating's wrong, forget about it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You can't out-train a bad diet, basically.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why, like,
that's been proven with like athletes, with like rugby clubs and that. They've all got nutritionists because they were feeding them so much carbs. They were like, yeah, eat pork pies mixed with Cornish pasties, and you know what I mean. And you need carbs for your energy, and get out there and and it's cold and it's raining and it's wet. Like, eat carbs. But they didn't realize that there's a spillover effect. When you pass your threshold for carbs, it spills over into storage, so it automatically goes into fat stores.
So it doesn't matter how much you're exercising. Yeah.
There's only a certain amount of tolerance that you have for carbohydrate, isn't it? So Westerners, like Europeans, have a greater tolerance for carbohydrate. People who've been living on a farmer's style diet for longer, they also have an extra tolerance for carbohydrate. People who are like from a hunter-gatherer, like old blood, if you've got old blood, like O group blood, you're going to have problems with carbohydrate. You're going to have to moderate your carbohydrate. Did you get me? So it's difficult. Yeah, so there's so much that goes into this that you don't understand. A lot of detail, man. I'm telling you, man, like, it was a beautiful course. I loved it so much, man. Like, I picked the right modules as well, because I picked what's it called, endocrinology. So endocrinology ties into it as well, like insulin resistance and things like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, like all that, like it was just the immune system and how it reacts and inflammatory responses. So most fat people would have a higher level of inflammation in their body. So that higher level of inflammation can lead to cancer, because if you look at the statistics of why overweight people develop cancer, is because of the immune response, and the cancer gets triggered off from the what's it called? What I just said a minute ago. Fuck's sake. Endocrinology, the hormones, so it's really interesting.
How come, as in you said, you couldn't get a actual work in that field though, because it was?
No, you can. It's really competitive though. It's really competitive.
Are you actually trying to actively get?
No, what I want to do, I want to work in hospitals where you give people like, and like you were saying the other day, like you give them an MOT for the body. Yeah, so like, for example, if you come in for a knee operation, you're like, oh, okay, I want to have this knee operation, and the doctor sent you to me. I'm going to basically do a whole MOT on your body, and I'm going to tell you, for example, you need to go away and maybe lose about 5 stone before we do this knee operation on you. And like, then, you might need a bariatric surgery to ensure that you do achieve that goal, because to be honest, old people or inactive people or people who have got knee injuries or back injuries, it's not really viable to tell them, oh, just get in the gym. You get me? Because they're already injured, they're already in pain, they already have inflammation. Like, you can't tell them go and be Steve Austin, the $6 million man, and start running. You get me? You can't tell a fat person go and start running. You get me? You're gonna fuck up their body. So you know, like there are jobs like that where, you know, like this is what we're trained to do in the lab. Like, you know, we have these things called Douglas bags where you breathe into them and it tells you how much fat to carb ratio you're burning. You get me? So yeah, like you can tell or you can calculate the cellular level metabolism. So there's metabolism of the whole body, obviously, but there's a cellular exchange that goes on, which is like the oxygen basically in the cell and the carbohydrate, so the sugar and the breakdown of fat and beta oxidation, which is the breakdown of fat. You get me? And all these things that basically shows you the gas exchange at a cellular level of how much carbohydrate, how much carbon dioxide you're putting out. You get me? So if someone's running, for example, I could measure how much carbohydrate they're putting out, and from that I can calculate the ratio of fat to carbohydrate that they're burning as fuel, as substrate for that exercise. You see what I mean? It's similar to, you know, like with the Tour de France riders, like if you know about who's the guy that got caught for doing EPO?
I talk about Armstrong.
Yeah. So Armstrong, genetically, he was a shit rider. He could not ride. He physically could not keep up with the other riders. He did not have the endurance, right? So they trained him at a certain heart rate threshold, lactate threshold, that his body would not start generating hydrogen ions and basically start having lactate in the body that would like cramp up the muscles. So they trained him at a different rate than the other riders, and he would train differently from them based on his own body. The fact that he had more muscle than them and he was generating more lactate than them meant that he had to train differently. So these are all things that we can do in the labs. Like we looked at.
But also he was on steroids and shit, so that's why
he was on EPO. No, he was on EPO, which is the ability to carry more oxygen in your blood. So it affects the hemoglobin, it affects the blood.
Was that still illegal?
It's really dangerous. Huh?
Was that still illegal for the actual?
Of course.
Yeah.
It works better than steroids. If I put you on steroids, there's only a certain amount of sports that it would help you with. Like if you remember, there was a big scandal with the baseball players. One of them got caught because he had an injury. I forget the name of the guy, but he confessed to steroid use. And then all the athletes come out and they said, the situation is now, if you do not take steroids, you can't keep up with the majority of the athletes. So we're being forced to take steroids, even if we don't want to, because it's become the norm in the sport because there's no testing. So then they had to bring in the testing. So that's what happened with baseball. But with things like bodybuilding, it's a fact. Everybody knows that they're all on steroids. Right? They don't even get tested for steroids. They don't have to actually come off the steroid to compete. They compete fully.
They're on steroids the whole time.
Now, here's the thing, though, Banksy. What they're doing now, so they're doing this thing. I forget what it's called, man, but they inject oil into the muscle. So if you have a slight difference in the symmetry of your muscle, they will inject oil into one of them so it matches the other. So your symmetry would always be perfect. Now, we know with bodybuilding, the main thing they mark them on is symmetry.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, so the thing is, bodybuilding has gone into like insane levels now, and there's these monstrous fucking people.
Yeah.
I mean, they've changed categories. I mean, first of all, in bodybuilding, there's actually a category called natural bodybuilders. That means they don't use steroids. So, and they're like half the size of the regular, bodybuilders. But there's also another category, or actually a new thing that's come out called the Arnold. And so there is a category where, or not, I don't know whether it's a category or a particular event where they want the Arnold Schwarzenegger shape. Yeah, back in the 70s, because these new guys are fucking just animals. They're just giant.
No, you're confused. There's the Olympia once a year, right?
Yeah.
Straight after that, there's the Arnold, but there's a different Arnold all around the world. So there's only one Olympia, and that's at Las Vegas. But the Arnold basically goes all around the world to all different locations. I forget how many Arnolds there is in a year, but they have the same categories. Now, the category that you're talking about, the new category, I think is called the Classic.
That's right. That's it. The Classic.
So so then they're going back to how bodybuilders used to look at Arnold's era, where Yeah, they're going for the aesthetics of it more.
Yeah,
more
because
so than the
these new guys.
monsters.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
there was
they're
always
huge.
the
Have you
Olympia
seen
and
Rolly
Mr.
Winkler?
Universe.
My favorite one, Rolly Winkler. Do you know Rolly Winkler?
Rolly.
He's huge, man. Or Rami. Do you know Rami? What's his name?
Yeah,
I think he's
I
got
know that guy.
an Arabic last name.
Yeah, but
Forgetting
the
the
thing is,
Rami.
these guys are like monsters now. They're not.
Yeah. Do you know where the main gym is? Where they train? There's a gym in, I think, is it Kuwait? I think it's Kuwait.
Oh,
There's a massive gym in Kuwait.
I've heard that the Saudis or the Arabs are really building gyms and they're actually holding
they're
events
mad on it.
themselves.
But you know why though? Because the Arabs have got really good genetics for bodybuilding. There's always been Arab bodybuilders that can keep up with the Americans and even the Afro-Caribbean bodybuilders. The Arabs have always been up there. Do you know what I mean? There's so many, like, historically speaking, there's some really good Arab bodybuilders. And that's just based on their genetics. They've got great genetics.
Yeah, I mean, in the Middle East, there was always like strongmen and wrestling and, so all of that was always a big deal anyway.
Pehlivan, innit? They have Pehlivan. Do you have that?
Well, yeah, Pahlavi and things like that.
Yeah, and all that. Yeah.
So, but dude, I mean, I'm looking at some of these new bodybuilders, this Big Remy guy. Fucking hell,
Big
man.
Remy, yeah, that's the guy.
These guys are not human. This is not fucking normal. This is fucking insane.
That's what I'm saying. But they're sponsored, like there's people paying for their training, there's people paying for their gym, there's people paying for their whole lifestyle's covered, man. Someone's paying for everything. Like they get the best steroids, they don't get no dodgy steroids. They got good needle, what's it called, protocols. They got like scientists, top of the class, like world level scientists teaching them how to take steroids. It's not like they just go to the gym and the guy behind the counter is like, oh, I've just got some Winstrol, have a go of this or try this. Like there's actually a science to it. And they incorporate it with growth hormone. They incorporate it with what's the other one? Insulin. A lot of them use insulin to drive the nutrients into the cell. A lot of them have that. Do you know what I mean? So it's a whole science behind it. Like, and the knock-on effect of it is you have these thingies in America now. Longevity clinics in America. So normal people like civilians or film stars or people like that, for example, they want to have a longer life. They take the knowledge that was accumulated from these bodybuilders and their understanding of steroids, and they apply it to maintaining the muscle mass of humans, like normal, like average humans, like laymen, for example, without the adverse side effects. So they'll put them on like low doses. They won't cycle so many steroids. They'll just keep them on a flat HRT style hormone. Yeah, but a lot of the feedback and a lot of the understanding of it is come through bodybuilding. So the side effects like enlarged hearts, like all these problems that a lot of these bodybuilders died from, like a couple of them have died due to like enlarged hearts and things like that. So like that knowledge now is kind of like giving people the confidence to realize that we can use steroids for certain things. And longevity is one of them, because with men, obviously, your testosterone peters off at about 30. By 50, you've literally got no testosterone. And as we know, that basically is the support for your whole body, for your whole system, like as a human, is supported by testosterone. Yeah. So once the testosterone goes, the immunity goes down, the bone mass goes down, the muscle mass goes down, the strength of the joints is going to go down, like your regeneration and ability to recuperate from illness is going to go it's going to change.
Are there
like all these
natural foods that you can eat that gives you testosterone?
No,
there's nothing.
You can increase your circulating testosterone, so you'll get like more horny and things like that. But that's not really what we want. We want healthy people, not like horny pensioners running around. That's not.
But how do you explain all these like 50, 60-year-old guys who are just jacked up and like they look crazy big?
That's what I'm saying. Like they don't need HRT. Like unless they want to have children and they come off the steroids, then they have to go on HRT to balance out their natural testosterone that's like being made by their own body. They will need that to have children. But if they've had their children and they don't want to have children and they're bodybuilders, like unless they go extreme, they're going to be healthier than the average person. Do you know what I mean?
So are you saying that these guys that we see like 60 years old of 60, 50, 60 years old,
they do like very low dosages.
Are they all doing steroids?
They do, and they do low dosages. Like it's not even nothing. It's not a drop in the ocean compared to what Big Ramy would be on. Like it's just minor. Yeah. So when you have a cycle, for example, Banksy, you will have a muscle gaining cycle, and then you would, without wanting to, you'd actually be gaining fat at the same time as you're gaining muscle. So what you'd do is then you'd follow it with a stripping cycle where you try to maintain as much of that muscle as you could while burning off the fat to reveal the shape that you've created. So what the steroid does, like in the old days, in Arnold's days, what they would do, they will take steroids to make sure that when they're starving themselves, the calories that are being lost would be from fat stores, not from muscle mass. So they would support the muscle mass with a very low dose of steroids. You get me?
Okay.
Right. So that's where the real effect of the steroid would come in. So Arnold wouldn't really be that huge, but his shape would be perfect.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? The sculpt, they would use it to sculpt the body. Like that's what it would do. So they would starve themselves. Do you get me? Like Arnold used to train literally on 0 carbs. He would eat steak, cottage cheese, eggs, and drink milk. Like that was Arnold's diet.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Literally 0 carbs. But the thing is, you're saying, well, with 0 carbs, how is he building muscle? It's because he's on a very low dosage of steroid that's basically supporting his muscle mass.
Okay.
So it's all to do with what you call that, Banksy, is called the hormonal environment. That's what that's called.
Bloody hell.
You understand? So that's balancing what's it called? Catabolism against anabolism.
Okay.
So it's a cycle. The human body works in cycles, doesn't it? Everything has like an opposite. So testosterone has estrogen. Everything has an opposite antagonist. Yeah, that's how it works. The human body.
Okay. So that's
we're constantly building muscle and breaking down muscle at the same time, to the point where even the broken down muscle is absorbed back into the building muscle process.
Shit, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I saw this video about mitochondria, and it was all about how to lose weight.
See, this is the thing. I've got cousins that done steroids for years. As soon as they stopped doing the steroids, they lost their size. And they're coming to me going, explain this to me. And I'm saying to them, because you was ego lifting. You was going in the gym and saying, I can lift this much now. I've jacked up myself on steroids and I can lift crazy amounts. But what you're building is sarcoplasmic muscle. You're building muscle that's basically water inside the cell that's expanding the muscle cell, volumizing it with water. But when you do low-level, lighter weights, you're shredding the muscle. And when the muscle's shredded and it reattaches, you're creating an increased number of muscle fibers that will never go away. Because then you're increasing the number of mitochondria. You're increasing, and when you're the benefit of doing that for a fat person. So this is obviously why I've learned it. As a fat person, you should know that the increased number of mitochondria increases the amount of calories that muscle is burning. Because the more mitochondria there are, the more energy centers are there. Yeah, so it's burning more calories. So you're creating metabolically active tissue.
And also, like after a while, your muscle actually stores a small amount of fat in order to release energy quicker than having to go to the fat stores or to your liver.
How do you know that? Not a lot of people know that. That's called intramuscular fat.
Yeah, I saw that.
Not a lot of people know about
on this documentary, and it was it's a documentary. I think it's still on YouTube called "Body Attack Fat." Something it was Body Attack something fat, something about basically about losing weight, and it went into really interesting like computer graphics about what's going on inside your muscle. And I think what you just said is exactly the difference between people who go to the gym and lift weights and people who do kinesthetics, body weights.
I know what you mean.
Those guys who go to the parks and they're doing, the power bars and crazy shit like that, and pull-ups.
There's some cool guys that do
push-ups.
Amazing.
Those guys seem to build much more muscle fiber, and so they have much more dense muscles than the guys who just steroid up and just
watery
lift a lot of
that's right. That's why like the last stage of appearing on stage is to shed that water, because the muscle is very watery, so they'll like mess around with the salts and the electrolytes, you know what I mean? So when you see these guys going on stage, they are literally, some of them are at death's door. Literally they are like one step from dying. They're fucked around with their electrolytes so much.
I've seen a lot of shows where these bodybuilding shows, and these young guys, one of them, they were like interviewing him because they were kind of following him through his progress, and